Destin, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2 3, 1 2 3. Everybody count with me. 1 2 3. How do we sound? Audio check.
1, 2, 3.
4.
4, 5.
5,
6, 7, 8, 9.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Wait, keep counting.
15, 16, 17.
How often do you actually use Spanish now?
Just when I have to talk to someone. Like by my work, it's like that's just that whole area right there. That's like Coral Gables. So it's like that, you know. You're not going to get as much of the Latin speakers that my neighborhood has. So I don't really have the chance to use it.
You ever gone into an argument with someone in Spanish?
Once.
All right. Audio's good.
Is,
what's the real question, Carmen?
have you ever gotten into an argument with someone in Spanglish?
Spanglish? That's a good question.
No.
Aw, darn. That's a shame. Alright. Chelsea says audio's good. Okay then, we are then good to go. Looks like it's another low turnout tonight, so you know what? Watch on the replays on YouTube. There we go. Alright.
Also, how's my audio? Is it like the same or is it different?
It's different.
Normally I'm not the type of person to notice this type of stuff, so you sound pretty much the same, but I didn't have a problem with your previous audio, so...
I'm just trying to improve it a bit.
Alright.
On it, so I kind of have a little goofy setup, trying to set up a makeshift, there's like a way you can make a makeshift box for your mic. For a mic to like cut out, and then I put a sock over the microphone to muffle.
You don't have a pop filter?
Not, I used to.
Oh. What kind of microphone do you have?
A condenser mic.
Condenser mic? Hold on, give me a second then. Condenser mic.
I could get it later, but not right.
Hey, Ray. Creed 1 and 2 are in Prime. That is correct. That is correct there, Ray. That is correct. Okay, here we go. Here's just something. There we go, a little pop. Okay, like you got like a blue Yeti or something?
No, it's I don't know what it is. I think it's like AUD. A couple years back, it's an old $50 microphone my brother bought me.
AUD.
So, I could get myself a new one at some point.
Oh, okay.
Like a newer one to try to.
I mean, then again, a pop filter shouldn't be too expensive. I could see how much it costs.
Oh, I know I can get it for cheap. Oh no, I have chaos.
Oh, here we go. We got a pop filter for like $13.99 on Amazon, and it's on sale too, 22% off. All right, hey, there we go. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Hold on, do I still have your address? Because I remember I bought you something once.
Yeah, you did the Englewood book too.
Right, that's right. I forgot about that. Oh wait, no, there we go. I got your address. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll treat it as a birthday present.
Yeah. You live in New Hampshire.
Yep.
All right.
New Hampshire, right on the border of Massachusetts.
All right. That's cool. So yeah, I can like get you some.
Also, here's a fun fact in history. Did you know Maine used to be part of Massachusetts?
Huh?
You know why Maine became Maine?
Why?
Because of the Missouri Compromise.
Really?
Ever heard of that?
The Missouri Compromise? Vaguely from history class. That was what like I forgot which president.
Probably James Buchanan.
James Buchanan.
Yeah. It was essentially trying to
balance between slave and free states.
Ah, there we go. It was one of those slavery issues.
It was James Monroe.
Oh, Mr. Monroe. Well, what do you know? Alright then. So, there we go. We got a little history lesson there. Thank you, Mr. Monroe, I guess. I think.
Well, thank you, our last founding father. May you rest in peace.
Our last founding father. That's right. Yeah, that's right. He's our last founding father. Huh. What do you know? Alright. Anyway, here we go. Oh, wait, here we go. We found there's a pop filter for like $10.99. That's 59% off. We're not gonna go for that. I take after my dad. I'm a cheap ass. I'm a fucking cheap ass. I take after my dad. I'm getting you the cheap because it's on sale. It's like I usually try. You know how like when you're growing up, you go like I don't want to really end up like my parents, but then the more you say that, the more you end up becoming like that. That's kind of how I am. Like I was like I don't really want to be like my dad, but then growing up, it's like nah. It turns out I'm just as cheap as he is.
Well, the funny thing is that like me and my mom had not a good relationship growing up a bit, and it was later in life where I realized why. Because me and my mom are so similar.
Really?
Yeah, we have like a similar positives and negatives.
Huh.
In this, yeah, like we
and that, and that made you guys not get along? Really?
Yeah, because we're both stubborn people.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Opposites.
Hold on, real quick. Wait, hold on. Actually, hold on, real quick. I gotta make this real quick tangent. Why is shipping and handling free to you where you live, Ninjato?
Because of New Hampshire. New Hampshire doesn't tax.
Really?
Yeah, New Hampshire doesn't have sales.
You don't have sales tax?
No, but we make up for it by having more expensive property taxes. So the joke is, there's a joke where Maine used to be cheap to have a living expenses because Maine is in New England the closest thing to a rural area. And so the joke some people have is that you live in Maine, you work in Massachusetts because that's where all the good paying jobs are, and then you shop in New Hampshire.
Oh.
Because you know New Hampshire there's like a little strip of New Hampshire that is right in between Maine and Massachusetts, so you can just live up in Maine, go and shop in like coastal areas of New Hampshire where there's no sales tax, and then you work in Massachusetts to get a big paycheck. Because I live in the area called the North Shore, which is the North Shore of Boston.
Long ago, the three nations lived in harmony. Then New Hampshire attacked.
Then New Hampshire attacked.
No, and then the Lords of Warren came along.
But then when the world needed her the most, she joined Congress. But someday, I believe she will return to save the Northeast.
No. No, she's. Oh.
Wait, isn't Elizabeth Warren the one that pretended to be Indian?
No.
Wait, what?
Elizabeth Warren, yeah, she is the one who pretends to be native.
A minority, like a complete
Yes.
minority, even though she's like, if you look at her, she's the whitest, one of the whitest people. Because here's the thing
hold
about.
on. I'm looking this up right now. I Elizabeth Warren, I guess.
Yes. Oh wait, and you know why? She claimed because she made this cookbook back in the day called
Hold on. I don't know, fucking factcheck.org, why not? Just cause I'm lazy. Alright, here we go. Tell me what the damn results are. I don't care about anything else. Current result. She is of primarily European descent, but she has at least 5 genetic segments that are Native American in origin at high confidence. One of these segments is larger than the other, spanning about 4.7 million bases, and further analysis indicates this DNA chunk has a genetic structure one would expect from a person having European and Native American heritage. So basically, she's majorly of European descent, but she's got a little bit that Native American.
I have
blood in her.
Yeah,
5% Native American. That makes me entitled to all the casinos. Give me them.
yeah, all the rights.
like you know, so, and she's like, she made this cookbook and this Native American cookbook and call it. And you know what it's called?
What's the joke?
It's
Pow Wow Chow.
my
That's not Chinese. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Power.
Pow Wow Chow.
Pow Wow Chow. That sounds like a Chinese restaurant from South Park.
No, but that's the thing. It probably be filled
Make up the Pow Wow Chow.
No, it probably filled all these like Native American recipe. And he had a recipe for a crab with tomato mayonnaise dressing.
Elizabeth Warren to herself. I'm a Native American by 5%,
Let's see.
and I like this tomato stuff. That means all Native Americans like that stuff. Also, I'll put it in.
It's like,
Let's see. Here we go. This is from Fact Check. This is from the Donald himself back when he was on Twitter. No, he got back on Twitter because the Elon gave him his account back. That's right. The Donald himself back then said that Warren was maybe 1 out of 1,024 Native American.
look, it's like
Okay.
that's calling Native American.
I mean,
It's like me.
I don't
It's like
know,
me
like-
calling. It's like me calling a glass of milk on like a tiny little drop of chocolate syrup, chocolate milk.
All right.
No shit. I'm actually 1/16th Native American.
Really?
Oh, really?
My aunt, she took one of those like
DNA
Well,
tests.
yeah, one of those like TV DNA tests.
Hmm.
Found out that she found out that just in our ancestry, one of our ancestors is related to the Huron.
Ah.
So yeah, like I feel like at this point, this is just the American version of Genghis, of Genghis's children.
Genghis. That's right. I spread my children around.
I am a direct descendant from one of the Mayflowers. People who went on a Mayflower.
Ah.
Oh, well, that reminds me of something. Okay, you know how okay, welcome to the abyss, warning above. But you know how
You want me to press the button? All right.
but,
All right.
you know,
Here we go. Hold on. Give me a second. Here we go. We're gonna get a little spicy with our topic. So.
So, welcome to the abyss.
Oh
Road trip.
but there was this lady, standard like reparations for Marxist reparation for slavery lady, black lady.
no.
Yes.
Okay.
And she took an ancestry test.
Uh huh.
One of her descendants was one of the people that came on the Mayflower.
Huh.
On slaves or something like that.
Oh yeah, or like people find out, oh yeah, your black ancestor was actually one of the few.
Oh no, white.
Well, also there's cases where, you find out that my great grandfather was one of the few blacks who owned other blacks.
We are getting we are getting spicy recently. All of our talks recently have just gotten really spicy. Like, damn.
Okay, that's it.
It reminded me of a video of like a woman who was who just turned depressed after she learned that she was not, her ancestry was not exactly just like from Africa to America. Like, she had a lot of, she had a lot of European. Like, I think she was like German. And the only reason she is she is mixed race, and the only reason for that is just because it's a recent thing. So it's like, it's funny how people kind of delude themselves into thinking that ancestry is a straight line.
Well, like people think they're like pure blood.
Like as pure blood as you can get.
We have to keep the bloodline pure. We have to do it the old style. How the old European monarchs did it. We gotta just get on that inbreeding game. Keep the bloodline pure.
Wait, I think of the meme for that. One sec.
It could be like that. Well, what was that one king? Was it like French or something? Where like they opened up his head and it was just nothing but water.
That's Charles II.
Charles II.
Think of Spain.
Spain? It was like he was so heavily inbred. It's like they opened up his head after he died. It's like, oh my gosh, it's just water.
Looking, stream back room.
He has the Habsburg chin.
He's a Habsburg. We need to keep our bloodline pure.
From what I hear from him, he suffered a lot of depression, which makes sense.
I wouldn't. That makes sense to me. It's like, I would be depressed if I looked like that. Come on. It's like, yeah. So it turns out that my mom. Turns out she was like the daughter of like her like of like. It turns out my mom's like she's also like my dad's sister, and then like they're both like came from like their mom who was like the sister of like someone else. Like, so it was a lot of inbreeding.
So it's just like you, sir, you are going to be born into, aristocracy. Like, yay! But unfortunately, you're a Habsburg.
Aww. Racist mommy says it's a strong chin for a strong boy.
Strong chin.
Only thing I know for sure is that because I got the slant eyes, that means someone in my family, somewhere along the line in our family tree, Genghis Khan came up to them and said, "Hey, I'm gonna fuck you, whether you like it or not." So that's how I know that I'm descended from Genghis Khan, because Genghis Khan literally went all over Asia and just did it with every woman he could meet.
Isn't conquerors?
Like, what's the like ratio again? Like 1 out of like every like something like 1,000 Asians are like come from Genghis Khan. I could look it up actually. How many Asians came from? No. Genghis Khan. I'm gonna. 8% of Asian men amounts to 0.5% of the world's population. No, that's. Wait, no, yeah. So, this Y chromosomal haplogroup carries unique signatures that originated in Mongolia about 1,000 years ago. So basically, 8% of Asian men come from Genghis Khan.
So it is a 1 in 200 chance that you might be a descendant of Genghis Khan.
Either way, it's like either way, the chance is pretty high though. Still, it's like because he literally went like. Genghis Khan literally went to every single woman he could ever meet in Asia, and whether they wanted to or not, they did it with him. So it's like, damn.
And the funniest thing about that is just like that not only includes like Asia, but just like
wherever he went.
Just wherever he went.
Wherever he went, Asians, other people. You know, if he saw, you know, if Genghis Khan ever saw, you know, like an African woman, he'd go, I see booty, fair game. And that's Genghis Khan.
And along came Zeus. No, it's actually just Genghis Khan. Not just about as bad.
And along came the mighty Zeus. No one ever talks about along came and Poseidon.
You know, if you were descendant from a Greek descent, you have 1 in 100 chance of being descended from either Zeus or Poseidon.
Yeah, everyone talks about Zeus, but then Poseidon. Now that guy, he literally just it's like how many kids do you have, Poseidon? You want a list? So yeah, Kong the gorilla, Chelsea. What?
No, not the gorilla, Chelsea.
Not the gorilla, Chelsea.
The Conqueror.
Chelsea, so Poseidon was with Pimp. Oh man, Poseidon was pimping it up. Damn, Poseidon. It's. I imagine like Poseidon's like it's like. Is you know that It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode where Frank becomes Max Pimp? No, he was Dennis's pimp. Dennis. It's like. So that's just Poseidon. He's just Frank Reynolds.
I find that funny that Dennis has to call Frank daddy, and he's also his daddy. I am both your father and your daddy.
Yeah, so that's. Oh, I want a new episode. I want a new season of It's Always Sunny already. I love that show so much. Permission to bonk, Ray? Well, no, she's not really being horny, so you know.
Permission to bonk.
So Changus, you know, this has been a very good intro, but why don't we take, you know, in the spirit of the Mongols, why don't we take, you know, the Silk Road over to Ninjato's topic?
Ah, you want to start off that way? All right then. All right.
Let me just quit my game for a sec.
Alright, then in the meantime, while he quits this game, let's get the usual housekeeping out of the way real quick. So, you know, if you like what you're seeing so far, you like us talking about these spicy topics about Genghis Khan just pillaging every woman he could possibly meet, then you could then just a reminder, these streams will be archived onto YouTube, and then you can also follow our social media links and all that. You can see that as well. And then you know, we got Discord. I even got TikTok. I gotta start working on more stream clips and stuff to show on TikTok and stuff. And then of course we got $50 monthly goal for tips, donations, etc., whatever you want to call it, through the Stream Elements link. So everything is all that, you know, in that whole, you know, about section and all that, or if you're watching on YouTube, description, and then, you know, Nightbot periodically puts the links into chat as well. So there we go.
I'm kind of distracted right now. What's that cartoon? The you posted that meme comment. I can't remember that character.
Simpsons.
The Simpsons.
No, the one with the bear. The bear one.
Little bear.
Right. Yeah,
Little
Little
Bear.
Ah, Little
yeah.
Bear.
Little Bear.
Ah,
Yeah,
nice
Little
and
Bear.
wholesome. Nice and
Yeah.
wholesome. Like
And then he got-
a lot of.
And then Little Bear got into a stash of the CIA's cocaine. That's still one of the best stories he ever told me. Not how a CIA operation involving smuggling cocaine led to a bear going on a fucking rampage, and then years later we make a movie out of it.
Wait, what? Is that?
Wait, were you not there when we talked about it in Najano?
I probably
think it was.
forgot. If I do,
Long story short, just to we don't. So that way we could go into your topic real quick. Just long story short, the CIA was doing a whole smuggling operation with cocaine for reasons that ultimately led to, hey, we gotta fund the war effort. And then apparently, one of their planes that was smuggling cocaine, something happened, and all the cocaine fell out, and then it landed in the forest, and then a bear got to it. And that's how we get the story of Cocaine Bear.
and that's literally what the movie is about.
No, the movie's just about the bear. If you want to know about the whole like CIA smuggling cocaine, you can watch the movie with Tom Cruise.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright, so we are traveling along our Silk Road to Creed 3. So first, we gotta make a few pit stops here and there. So first pit stop, we gotta apparently travel all the way to Middle Earth.
Yep, I have read The Fall of Numenor.
Alright.
Edited by Brian Sibley. So what this book is that it's a collection of all the notes that Tolkien ever wrote about the Second Age. It's the full story of the Second Age. So most of it tells us, with some, I think there are some additions. The only additions is from a book called Nature's Middle Earth, and I think it's by. It's somebody did it. They just took bits of pieces of that, which is more of like the landscape of Numenor specifically.
Alright.
So, there is a lot of dry moments because this is very much in the style of the Silmarillion, because there are some direct passages taken from Silmarillion, some directed from Lord of the Rings. And so, much like it, it exposed, if you read the whole thing, that a lot of the stories that Tolkien wrote is very general. Are like outline materials, but there are some good story. There is one good solid story. It's a tragedy of Aldarion and Erendis. It's I don't really want to spoil it because I do want to do it for a Lore of the Dunces with you on love stories. There's some funny stuff about it. But essentially, their relationship is kind of what drives Numenor to begin the early parts of their colonial empire. So it's mostly focusing on the history of Numenor because that's the major events. That's kind of like the big skeleton. And then, of course, you have the stories about what Sauron's is doing in the Rings of Power. Stuff. And well, it's Tolkien. It's very good. It's very well written. I do like how it's organized. They have like specific dates per chapter, so you know when in the timeline certain events are happening. And then there are 2 appendices on that, and interesting, and they're very interesting. So one of them, Appendix A, I just want to briefly look over, is just a recap of the history of the Third Age.
Oh, he's got the book with him.
Yes. Yeah, and then Appendix B is actually, here's a fun fact, from an old manuscript that he was working on called The Long Road. And what The Long Road was a novel set in Numenor that was going to tell the story of the fall of Numenor. And a chapter takes place like right before the fall, and it explores a father who is part of the faithful, so the people who were pro-elves, and that as opposed to the Kingsmen, and who were anti-elves, and at this point, Sauron has already infiltrated Numenor. And so it explores a father and son's relationship as he tells them the history of his people. Tolkien never got around to finish it and kind of quit.
Yeah, I mean,
So
more than just he quit. He's not around anymore.
well, some of his projects is that he actually did stop working on it. But he's always working on Middle Earth. Like he was always making new Middle Earth stuff.
Tolkien just had a habit of just dropping things where it was, so you can focus on something else.
Because he's a perfectionist. If he doesn't get it right the first time, or like the third time, he gets frustrated and just moves on to another part, developing something else.
That like type. I'm bored.
Pretty much. So there. Also, it contains a lot of good artwork from Ann Lee.
All right.
Yeah, Ann Lee's beautiful artwork of first time captivating some of these events that you get to see. Like you can see people being led into the Temple of Morgoth to be sacrificed, and so it's like it still keeps a sense of consistency if you're used to the Peter Jackson films. That there are some similarities.
All right. You got some page flipping ASMR there.
Yes. And I enjoyed my reading of it. So, is there any questions that you have about some of the material?
I guess then the most obvious one, because you mentioned it briefly, how much of the Rings of Power stuff in here was actually made it into the show?
Next to none, because most, again, there is some problems when you're trying to convert events in the Second Age into a TV show, period, because again, a lot of the story in this one are brief paragraphs that the amount of events, the scale of the events are a whole season dealing with. And the fall of Numenor, so the title event, the story of Numenor and how it fell, requires multiple seasons, even though the text is a couple chapters.
The problem, the thing about that, is that's doable. You could just make multiple seasons just based on the fall of Numenor, and that would just be your great 3-season story.
Yeah, so it's a double-edged sword. It's where you get the most creativity as possible, which makes adapting Tolkien's works when you're trying to do it outside of the Lord of the Rings or the Hobbit a lot of fun, because you get to play around with it. Because as long as you stick with the general events of the original source material, and with some meta guidelines, you're gonna have a good time. It's like making a 40k story or a Warhammer Fantasy.
Okay.
Where it's like, as long as you keep in line with the rest of the lore, you're gonna be fine. It's just that Rings of Power trying to use an excuse of we don't have source material to change a lot of stuff. So, for example, Galadriel. So what Galadriel was doing by the time of Rings of Power, she was already part of Eregion. There is some unclearness of whether she helped found Eregion or visited Eregion. Like, even in this source material, there is a little bit of a contradiction, so you can have a little wiggle room on that. But you know that she lived in Eregion with her husband and their daughter, I think, at this point, for a while. But then she was also scouring around going on adventures in Middle Earth by herself. And go to visit Lothlorien. But the show tries to have that similar story with a completely different motivation.
Huh.
I think it's even there was mention about her being suspicious that Sauron is still around a bit. I just need to reread that part, which is very easy because, again, short chapters and everything is written clearly of what the events is being covered. So you get the short Cliff Notes version on it, but so the highlight of the story for me was the Alardurion and Arendis.
All right.
Very important and very tragic in that story. And also, Alfarazon, even worse than I thought.
Okay.
He was a power-hungry psychopath who, as soon as his uncle died, he goes to his cousin and forced her to marry him so that he gets the throne instead of her. Which, by the way, is against another thing in the show. So Farazan, in the show, Farazan in the first season seems to be, they're trying to set up that he's kind of sort of on her side, sort of on the queen's side, sort of not. And also, her father is still alive, but bedridden and dying.
Okay.
So it's a little bit annoying, but whatever. And also motivations of why Numenor rebelled against the Valar and stuff like it. Instead of they take your jibs.
Take your jibs.
The elves are gonna take your jibs.
All right.
Instead, it's a bit more complex because, Tolkien likes nuance and stuff that is very thought-provoking, because the reason they rebelled was because of the whole death. That they die, and with a promise of something special, while the elves gets to live forever. That's the core thing, where the Numenorians, despite having super long lives, still didn't like the whole dying thing.
Alright.
So.
Okay. Oh, hey, Nick, you're here!
Yes, I just got back from watching a fantastic movie again, and this time in IMAX.
Ah, good. Well, we're gonna have to wait a little longer to get there, but I can't wait to talk about it. Alright. Alright, what else? What else is there to say about this book in Jado?
I think I kind of said all that I really want to explore, unless you want to have questions about Tolkien lore and stuff that Like how much the book covers and.
I don't know. Usually Tolkien stuff takes like a while because there's so much.
It's what do you call it? Like I know it uses the tale of years. So isn't it just a lot of short stories that cover most of the Second Age?
Yes.
So it's just it is roughly like stories revolving around Numenor, and it's stories revolving around the Rings of Power, and then eventually it culminates with what we know about the Last Alliance against Sauron.
Yeah. So the details in the books that are different in the movies that you may not know, Chinggis, is technically. I'm gonna say this technically in terms of lore, when it came to the movie specifically. So you know how in the Peter Jackson movies and the Dead Marshes, where you see bodies of the elves and orcs and men. Technically, most of the casualties in that battle were wood elves. So technically, it was a different type of armor, but it's a factor. And then a major event that is different from the movie, just to simplify, it's more
Ninja, if you could hold that thought, because I want to say something mostly because I'm looking at now. I'm seeing the cast listing for the new Ninja Turtles movie. Jackie Chan is Splinter, and the guys playing the Trolls, I don't really know who they are, so, up and comings. Same with the girl playing April. Ice Cube is Superfly. John Cena is Rocksteady. And Chinggis, you could hear me go from, oh shit, this sounds good. Seth Rogen as Bebop.
Oh shit, yo, Rocksteady, where's my weed, bro?
You got me. In my mind, I went,
I misread what was for Leo. I thought it said Nicolas Cage. and I got really excited for a second, then I realized, it's Nicholas Cantley, not Nicolas Cage. Nick Cage is playing. I was really disappointed for a second there.
Your disappointment's immeasurable, and your day is ruined.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Alright. Yeah. Alright.
So the only detail that was not covered in The Last Alliance, because, simplified movie, is the reason why Isildur kept the ring. So Isildur kept the ring because he lost Elendil, his father, but he also lost his brother.
That's rough, buddy.
So in this one, it showcased a bit of who Isildur is. Like there is a nobility in him because he was the one who saved the White Tree.
Alright.
But it also shows him that he fell at the end because of grief and, wanting something out of this. To be like a family symbol of what, his family sacrificed to protect Middle-earth. And then, of course, he gets ambushed on the way.
Okay.
Because the ring is...
The ring's evil.
Yep, the ring has the mind of its own.
That's an evil ring. I don't like it.
Also, one major thing that the show brings up power. No wizards.
Really? No wizards?
Yeah, no wizards and really no hobbits. So if you're expecting any form of hobbits in the Second Age, no.
But they had that, that Hardfoot stuff?
Nope, no Hardfoots in this Second Age. Because hobbits didn't become a thing until the Third Age, and their first involvement was the Angmar War.
Okay.
Which was a Witch King showing up and wrecking the entire Northern Kingdom of Man. And There is possible hints of two, but it was not included in this edition of the collection. Is that the two blue wizards were sent during the Second Age for the East and South.
Okay.
Because that's where they got regulated too. So, which, by the way, hey, Warner Brothers, new line. If you want to make a new Lord of the Rings show, a Lord of the Rings show that nobody wants,
Oh, this is amazing.
set your story in Harad or in the Easterlings realms, and have it about the conflicts there. Because Tolkien explicitly said that the Blue Wizard was instrumental of preventing the East and the South from overtaking the West.
Yeah, like Warner Brothers, you can make your Asian Middle Earth story.
Asian Middle Earth story. Let's go.
Yeah, you give it the first one. You give it the first one where you can do that.
Wait, John, real quick. You'll like what Matchstick posted.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw it.
It's great, Matchstick.
Oh, but by the way, Matchstick, did you see my hint for tomorrow's waifu?
I don't get it.
It's a pigeon.
Still don't get it.
It's a ficus.
Was he in a war? Was he in World War One?
No. She was known for using pigeons very creatively.
Alright.
I don't know.
Okay, whatever.
I don't know. I'm not a history buff, so it goes over my head. Whoosh. So here's the history reference. And it goes,
yeah.
Yeah, I DM'd in the answer. Okay,
Oh,
so
wait, I figured it out.
What is it?
Olga of Kiev?
yes.
Alright.
Yeah,
I don't know
okay.
who that is, but okay.
A saint.
She's a saint. Before she became a saint, she went on a revenge spree because her husband got killed, and she famously used an incident to burn down an entire city using pigeons.
She burned an entire city down with pigeons.
Pigeons were used.
Oh.
And she showed him the wrath of God.
Pigeons, I want you to put the fear of God in this town.
Oh. Apparently she tied a thread to each of their feet.
And when pigeons weren't enough, well, they told me to take care of it, so I took care of it.
Yeah. Essentially, she just tied the thread to each of the pigeon's feet, and down the other end of a cloth of sulfur and just lit the match.
Huh.
Yeah. Okay. So, that's it. And I was trying to use the fear of God for a little bit of a segue.
Speaking of the fear of God, how
Well,
about let's go into God's Tower?
God's Tower. Alright. Which is not from Japan, it's from South Korea. The South shall rise again! But it's just the wrong South, it's South Korea!
So Matchstick, you read something called a manhwa? What is this?
All right, so this is something that I've actually been reading for about 5 years now. It's still going on. A tower god is a manhwa is basically just
Korean.
stupid Korean.
Get it right,
comic.
Master. Come on, I'm right here.
Oh, shut up, Zipperhead.
Fuck you, Cracker. No, Cracker still doesn't have that sting.
Oh no, we white people have the stupidest fucking slurs.
Oh no, you need to.
Did you know America is called Rice Country?
What?
In Japan.
Yeah.
In Japan, it's called rice country because the way they write the way the kanji is written from America, which funny enough, through sort of like a rough Japanese like translation, they pronounce America Murica.
Murica.
America.
I believe in Murica.
Murica. So the way they write down America is the same because the same symbol they kind of use for rice.
That's amazing.
I do like some rice.
I do like rice too.
And technically, most Americans are as white as rice.
Oh, there we go.
And also it's also very appropriate because the main export that Japan gets from America is rice.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, we can out-rice the Asian countries?
Japan, you want some rice? Here you go. Take a rice from our American rice.
No, give up.
Japan's like, but we started the rice craze. And that gives you power over me.
No, so really, we should be the one going, welcome to the rice fields!
Welcome to the rice fields.
Well, Filthy Frank is both a Japanese of Japanese descent and is American, so he is the rice.
With one press of a button, we can starve Japan.
We can starve Japan.
But currently there are 550 chapters on Webtoon.
Damn.
Yeah, it's fucking long. I think if you give me my estimation, we're probably around the halfway point right now.
Only at the halfway point? Wow.
Oh, so does that mean that this Tower God could become Korean One Piece?
We found the One Piece!
It's gonna be like fucking Wheel of Time where it's around for 20 years.
Well, same with One Piece. It's over.
Yeah, it's gonna
30.
We have
It's
found
over
the One
30
Piece.
right now.
Yeah. It's described as in between shonen and seinen, and I really like it because it has this epic fantasy feel. Currently, there's also eight other chapters, but they have yet to be translated by Webtoon. I've used a different site to read those. But back in 2020, there was an anime adaptation, 13 episodes on I think it's on Crunchyroll. It was back then when I made this slide.
Oh,
yeah,
you're showing slides? Shit. Hold on, give me a second. If you're showing slides, give me a second.
Yeah, so Crunchyroll may actually help finance it.
Hold on, give me a second.
Too.
From what I hear, I haven't seen the anime, but from what I hear, it's pretty good. But it's kind of like, you know how Lord of the Rings has a 2-hour edition and then a 3-hour edition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The anime adaptation is like the 2-hour edition compared to the manga's 3-hour adaptation.
Damn.
So it's like, you know, it gets kind of the essence of the thing, but you know, it still leaves a different kind of rounds thing up. It's like imagine it's a square. It was a square originally. Now it's a circle.
Yeah. So like Jengus, like if you can still watch the original Lord of the Rings theatrical editions, and it's still great movies. But you know,
you're just a filthy fucking heretic if you don't go for the full version.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
You don't call yourself a fan. I'll let you go and watch the whole 12-hour versions.
Okay. I heard they're like actually, you know, I heard they're planning like releasing like a 4.5-hour cut for theaters again?
Bunch of giga chads.
For like Return of the King? Like, hey, you like
I'm
Return
pretty sure
to...
that is the extended edition.
That's the extended edition? Oh, so just releasing the extended edition in theaters?
Yeah, like the extended editions are like are double the length.
Yeah, it's like, we're gonna show the 4.5 like hour long version of Return of the King in theaters now.
Yeah. The anime covers the This is the thing. Webtoon likes to use the term seasons in its thing as well. And the webtoons.
Oh, real quick. You keep talking. I just have to take a phone call real quick.
Okay. Webtoon's first season covers around 78 chapters, which is what the anime season 1 covers. Currently there is over 7 times that amount in terms of manhwa chapters. But yeah, and Tower of God season 1 is really fucking good. Very well done. Alright, so guys, imagine a tower that just is fucking tall. Imagine each floor the size of the North American and South American continents combined. Pretty fucking big. Shit. I don't want to be rude to Changus and have him like not here, but and each of those floors has a different environment, different cultures, different monsters, different like a whole different ecosystem. And there's also the outside of the tower. And from the outside of the tower, 11 people come in. Those 11 people is led by a guy named technically the correct term is Zahard.
Zahard?
Yeah. But also it's also translated as Jihad. A lot of the names derived from the author is a big football fan.
Huh.
So he takes a lot of names from football. Like Zahard is from a guy called Hazard.
Huh.
Wait. What type of football?
There's a Korean.
The Asian football, the one where you use your actual feet.
So the inferior football. Okay.
What are you guys talking about? Soccer?
We're talking about the soccer ball of the foot.
And he came in with 10 great warriors. Arye Han. I also have their symbols. We don't actually know all the symbols that correlate to all the characters. So we got Arye Han. We got Kun Idan. We got I don't remember all of their names correctly, but Eureka Blossom is speculated to be her symbol. We got Yeon. I forget her first last name. Fucking Poby Dow Gustang. He's the most prominent of the great warriors / 10 family heads in the manhwa, and he's an asshole.
He's an asshole. Okay.
He's a all right. Imagine David Xanatos. But a more of an aloof asshole.
Okay.
That's him right there.
Huh.
Hendo Locke, Blood Matter. Lopobia Tramari. Two-Perry. Which is like, if you got a guy called John Johnson. Ha Urine.
Alright.
And Ari Han, who was also related to Arie Han.
Okay.
Was he related to REO Speedwagon?
Oh,
That's a
They
good
probably
question.
both have Ari Han. They both have. They expect it's most Ari Han right here. See this guy with the like my hand. Definitely has a similar hair color. And Ari is speculated to have golden flowing locks. So maybe he's related to Speedwagon. I don't know.
oh no, JoJo. This is secretly a JoJo part.
JoJo? We're talking about a band.
Yeah, but here we got there's REA. We got Lopobia Traumari, Yurin Ha, Kun Idwan,
Alright.
and Pobidao Gusting.
Okay.
And eventually they climb up the tower and they conquer it. And Zahad, well, they don't climb up. They climb to the 134th floor, and they're like, "All right, we're done. We don't need it. We don't need to go up to the 135th floor and whatever's beyond that. We good."
Alright.
And they took over the rest of the tower.
Oh.
And so they established King Zahad at the top. He's the king. And then the 10 great warriors become the 10 family heads, ruling over the 10 families, and they become the nobility.
Huh.
And eventually, around like 10,000 years later, by then they've created the system.
Okay.
People are transported from random normal-ish people are transported to the bottom of the tower, and they have to climb their way back up from whatever place in the tower, and they are called regulars. The guy is Hedon. He's the guy who controls the first floor. Bit of a shifty bastard. And these are some of the regulars from the first arc. The first arc is the second floor.
Okay.
And eventually, once they get to the top, they become rankers. And these are some of the rankers you'll meet throughout the series. Yeah, so you see, we have the regulars and we have the rankers in the sort of third classification.
All right.
Regulars, technically, all 11 of these guys are technically counted as irregulars.
Okay.
Which means that you are not born in the tower. You're born from outside the tower. But from like somehow from an official ranking perspective, only Zahad's counted as an irregular. But technically, they are all 11 of them are irregulars. And these guys are super powerful motherfuckers that when they come in, they cause shit. Like these guys just take over the whole tower. This guy comes in and kills an administrator, which is kind of like one of the most powerful beings in the tower.
Okay.
This guy's called Enryu. Pentaminum, he comes in, kills just about everybody in Zahad's castle, then leaves. And we got Yurek Mazzino, the Giga Chat himself.
All right.
Comes in, flies up through the rankings, and then spends the rest of from then to the present trying to get out of the tower. Takes over forms an organization called Woolhike Song. Okay. Yeah, but and that's kind of the vague backstory of the Tower God. Right. Eventually, the main story vaguely is all right. So we got a guy called Bam. He lives in a dark, rocky cave. Sometimes a girl, this blonde chick named Rachel, comes and visits him, and he's like, she's like basically the only other person, the only person he knows about. Well, he talks to at all. He knows about other people.
All right.
And she eventually we get into a scenario where he gets he thinks that she has entered the tower, so he comes along to go up to find her. And then he gets onto the second floor where he encounters a bunch of the regulars who start sparring and stuff like that, and he makes a team with a guy called Coon and a guy with a member of the Coon family.
All right.
Called Coon Aguero Agnes.
Mm-hmm.
Just usually just call him Coon. And Wrathrazor. And they form a team. And that's about the vague startup of the first season from both anime and manga. Is fucking fantastic. The backstory and the location and the lore, from the workshop to the 10 families to Woolike Song to the criminal organization Fug, to all these different locations and throughout the tower. The world building is fucking and impeccable. It is great. It is golden.
All right.
This is some serious A-class fantasy stuff. And the characters are some of the cool. This guy is great. He is on top of his game. From the fucking crafty Poby Dow gusting to the shonen protagonist without any of the actual powers, Wagnan.
All right.
To the asshole Karaka, to the mysterious Enryu, to the gluttonous Joaquin, to the backstabbing Coon, because you get in his way, he'll backstab you. From Elaine to the Giga Chad, Urika Mizuno to fucking love that face. Shibisu, the intelligent Shibishu, to all these other characters. This guy is impeccable. You know, he knows how to establish them and keep them consistently interesting as the story goes on. Incredibly cool character designs. You know, you'll see. Not only will their silhouette will be unique. Their the features will be so cool. See the art evolution going from, you know, really rough season 1 to, as it goes on, it becomes better and better until we get to like the anime. And that's cool.
Yeah.
It's also I know that season 1 is collected in physical editions. I know they're in Korean, and I think they're coming out in English too. And all of it is on Webtoon if you want to go see it. But this is some grade A shit. Serious grade A fucking fantasy shit. It's kind of going through a rough patch right now.
Okay.
I think currently season 3 is kind of the writer definitely needs to clean house right now.
All right.
But aside from that, you know, it's still good. It may not be, but it needs a little bit of house cleaning to go back to being great. But season 1 and 2 was fucking spectacular. I think you guys should go and read it.
All right.
Oh yeah, Shangus. You know how you're doing like just
Yeah.
Kato Shoujo streams?
Yeah.
I think maybe you could do this one too.
Hey, aren't you read the Tower of God?
Yeah, free. It's free online.
All right, I could give it a shot.
Yeah.
I guess. Sure.
I do recommend bringing in Nick because there's a lot of fucking characters to voice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's some golden stuff. I'd appreciate. Check it out. But it's also it also has a little bit of horror here and there. And it's
Alright.
it also has horror.
Mm.
Monster House.
Ah. That's a blast from the past right there. I remember watching that like Halloween on Cartoon Network. That's a blast from the past. You've been really nostalgic with your topics lately, Comet. Oh my god, he wasn't even listening. Comet, we're talking about Monster House.
Monster House? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's your turn.
I'm sorry. I was waiting for a second. Like a.
You missed a segue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's right. Alright.
Okay. Yes, honestly, listen. I was wondering lately I told Monster House. And because I was going through old X-Play reviews.
Alright.
And they reviewed Monster House the video game. I'm like, I haven't seen that movie in a while. I'm gonna watch that. I also remember watching it in theaters.
You watched it in theaters?
It was free!
Alright.
It was one of those, during
No,
the summer.
I'm not questioning, I'm just like, wait, really? You watched it in theaters?
Yeah, it was free. One of those summer movies that they, the free popcorn and 99-cent movie.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, a long time ago. But moving on, the basic plot. Well, the basic plot is set in 1983. It's set in 1983, and in this neighborhood, there's this old house where this cranky old named man named Never Cracker. And every day he would try to keep he's the old man and does like keep kids off his lawn.
Get off my lawn!
Actually, you're not too far off.
Oh, don't make me get the gun.
Well, more like he grabbed this one girl truck and broke her in half. And like, get off my lawn! Do you want to die?
You wanna die? You motherfuckers are ruining my lilies!
It was more of like, do you want to be eaten alive? And the little girl goes, no!
I was making a Patrick Stewart reference there. You motherfuckers are ruining my lilies!
Yes. And across the yard, his neighbor DJ was watching him. Watching because the guy's acting a little straight. Well, crazy. Like, what is problem?
Jeez, that guy's crazy.
Old man Buscemi is real.
Old man Buscemi. Man, old man Buscemi is really crazy. Is he alright? I don't know. I think things got bad after old man John Goodman and old man Jeff Bridges left him.
No. One of them. And in short, he lost his friend Chowder.
Chowder.
Hey, I don't know that real name or that his nickname, but I do remember.
He was the fat kid, right?
Yes, the fat kid.
They named the fat kid Chowder.
And he lost his ball over there, and nigger cracker. Never Cracker
Alright.
did a little rant and got a heart attack.
I'm pretty sure you accidentally said that N-word there, or at least said something similar, but don't worry, you're black. You can get away with it.
What's the thing? No, what's the thing? I said, yeah.
Anyways.
Anyway, yes. And from there, strange things start happening. The house started eating people.
Oh my gosh. It's like the house is alive. It's like some kind of monster. Oh my gosh. I think it's a monster house.
Ah, you said it.
Is that it?
Fortunately, they didn't say that in the movie, I think.
You think?
Yeah. But yeah, blah, blah. Yes, and then they got the no. And like I said, it's not any people.
Uh-huh.
Nearly ate this girl who was selling Halloween candy. What's her name? Jenny.
Uh-huh.
They say shout out DJ Sega, and they try to they decided that they have to like kill the house by destroying the heart, which is the furnace.
The heart, Norman. First we go for the heart.
Yes, and they got a bunch of super soldiers and went in the house. Well, one they got arrested, and then the police got in. Then the house tried to eat the police car. Which begs the question: how nobody noticed this stuff? I mean, the house wasn't even solo about it too.
Life finds a way.
I think it's just like, it's a sleepy suburb, so it's like there's not really much anyone, there's not really much anyone cares about other than just what's going on in their house.
Let's like, I mean, the house. Well, it makes a lot of noise, and like, so they're like, and this is like during the '80s, so nobody would have like earbuds or.
Well, yeah, but like when you hear a weird noise coming from your neighbor in the suburbs, you don't think to yourself, the house is eating the people. You're probably thinking to yourself, like my neighbor is doing something strange and weird. I don't want to be any part of that.
No, thank you. I want none of it.
Makes sense. I still think someone's always going to put their head out the window or something. What the hell is going on out there?
What is going on out there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big monster. Nope.
But
Not
then again,
doing
they just see that and be like, nope.
See, if Monster House took place in like, in Milwaukee, or
Milwaukee,
or like what do you got? Or like a Midwestern town, everyone's gonna notice because everyone's so interested with what happens.
it's like, what's going on over there? You don't want to know, man. You don't want to know. It's game over, man. Game over.
Yeah. And they try to do it. They nearly got killed. Nearly got eaten by the house, but they. And when they got in there, they discovered the secret. They discovered essentially discovered a grave in the house. And this one scene I always remember. DJ find the grave. It turned out it was like this large woman that was covered in cement.
And wasn't the house reason why it's a monster? Because is the spirit possessing is like just some fat lady who died in a hole.
Yeah, she got covered in cement. Well, either she died because she fell high up and broke her spine, either the fall got her, or the suffocation by cement got to her.
Fun.
Yeah, not a good way to go.
You're good to go.
Yes, and of course she was, and she was part of a speech show and did not go through a good time.
You ain't going through a good time there, buddy. You alright?
Yeah. So essentially this scene always stuck out to me, because when DJ just he tripped and actually fell down on the thing, and the thing just when the casing, the cement casing just crumbled, there's like a skeleton underneath. I'm like, they actually showed that.
Damn, I want a kids movie to be unhinged like that again. Show us, come on, kids movie, show us a fucking skeleton. Just a full-on skeleton. Show it to the kids. They'll love it.
And how they got out. They managed to get out before they got killed by posting into Upchuck. And it turned out Nevercracker then DJ trying to gave up, but nearly got hit by an ambulance. Fortunately, he didn't. And Tom never drove all the way that was in the ambulance, which is kind of, once you think about it, they don't let you go home ambulance. So what Edgar did, he literally got out of the hospital, stole an ambulance, and drive all the way back just so he can stop.
That's what you call dedication right there.
Well, yeah, he's like, oh no, gotta make sure she doesn't hurt those kids. I can't let her hurt those kids.
No.
It's Halloween. And another thing, honestly, I think he was going to blow himself up that night if they had a heart attack, because he had like a pile of dynamite in his house from his demolition days.
I'm taking me and this house with me. It's for the greater good. Well, I'm just tired of living.
Well, actually, a minute of both, because like, what do you think? He's been trapped in that house for 45 years trying to keep the kids safe.
No.
But yeah. And yeah, then now Craig explained that Finneman told the backstory. He saved this woman from the circus, and then she died after some kids tried to after she got drunk, after she lost her footing.
The house is sentient because a fat woman died after being fat shamed by a bunch of teenagers. What a backstory right there. That's a backstory. That's a backstory right there. My wife died because she fell down a hole. Why? She was fat shamed into it.
Well, she died because she tried killing the children for fat shaming her, and then she tripped and fell down the hole.
Yeah, pretty much. Once you think about it, I mean,
well, the point still stands. She died because a bunch of kids were fat shaming her. That's why she's dead. My wife died because she was fat shamed.
That Puerto Rican wife got fat.
My Puerto Rican wife got fat.
and then
Happy 24th birthday.
Yeah, happy 24th birthday. You're welcome.
Yeah. And then the movie, I kind of like this. And the movie where the house goes crazy. Once that credit's like, yeah, time to let go, and chase them to the construction yard.
All right, kids, we gotta kill my housewife. We gotta kill her before she kills us all. You got any plans?
Chowder got the idea, like, use how are those things called? Those digging things.
The excavator.
Excavator. I kind of like that. Like that's anyway. Like,
let's use the excavator and go ham on her. That's a good idea, kid.
I like it. I kind of like it's like, you're nothing. You're a shed, an outhouse. Wait, hold on. I don't know why that made me laugh, but it's kind of.
Guess. Wow. I think we all learned something today. That your wife is a real monster of a house. Ha ha. Kid, I will kill you myself.
Yeah, and eventually, they blew up the house after wrecking it, and he got back again. They blew up the furnace, and Nevercrack, the spirit is free, moved on. Nevercrack can return all the toys back. And that's the end of the movie. Isn't, like I said, I just got feeling it's not it was decent. It was good enough. The animation was decent enough, though a little uncanny enough. Uncanny.
So this movie was animated by Image Movers Digital,
using motion capture.
Yes, which
care to remind us what else they've done, in case that name doesn't ring a bell.
Image Movers Digital is the time that Robert Zemeckis had a midlife crisis and wanted to make a motion captured movies. So the first movie before this was The Polar Express.
So wait, is that why when I watched the movie something felt off?
Yeah, like because it's very early, like motion capture.
Because on one hand it's smooth, but on the other hand it's not. If that makes sense.
I think the film has the benefit of the doubt of having, an animate like shading, all that. They're not trying to go for like an animated picture we call photorealism. So it has the benefit of kind of looking stilted, but it looks fine. It's aged very well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that, not bad. It looks fine. I just want I don't think it movie pretty good. I think the movie is fine. It got generally positive reviews. And I kind of like, well, I was like, I kind of like, well, not kind of, I like the concept. They honestly, if it was rating a bit, just a little bit, maybe PG-13, probably do a little bit more. But yeah, also there's not much to there's not much to say after that. It's a story. It's pretty much like a story about a haunted house that comes to life, and nobody seemed to notice. I mean, not at the end. Nobody seemed to notice the monster house running through the neighborhood. Like literally. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. It's different. I only get it on YouTube.
It's very inspired by Poltergeist, which the director, which this was his first film. He very much is a huge fan of Steven Spielberg.
That reminds me, they also had a companion comic.
Huh.
Yeah, kind of like a prequel-ish. And it kind of shows the, it was said that one of the characters named Bones.
Okay.
And it showed it as you watch Nevercracker, when you watch Nevercracker. And it kind of shows the relationship between the house and, the house and Nevercracker. Yeah, it wasn't pleasant. And,
because she was fat.
Well, the house would do things like an argument. It would move chairs and cause him to fall on his fall.
Because she was fat.
You can say, she is the size of a house.
Because she was fat. I'm making a joke here, it's like, it's like that video.
I did. I said, yes, she is the size of a house. Get it because usually get the expression you're the size of a house. Yeah, that's not true. Yeah, it kind of shows they did not have a healthy relationship
because of her size
and her issues.
Because of her size,
and that's the issue.
And also because she is voiced by Kathleen Turner.
Who is she?
Who's Kathleen Turner?
Kathleen Turner, she's a great actress. She's because she's been in Romancing the Stone, Crimes of
Okay.
Pat.
Oh, I'm going to her.
Very early, early listeners of 2 Cents, will remember that I did a film called Serial Mom, which
Oh.
her.
Huh.
Let's see. She was. Huh. I don't
That's-
like that. Let's see. Serial Mom?
Yes.
Okay.
What else has
she
she
was
been in?
Baby. She was in Baby Geniuses.
Yeah, she was in Baby Geniuses. I don't know why, but she was.
Look, it's the same way. It's the same reason why Brian Fraser will be in a DC film. I like money.
So, you
Brendan
know,
Fraser.
Brian
Fraser.
who is Brian Fraser?
My favorite actor from The Whale, Brian Fraser.
Brandon Fraser. I'm sorry. I just like how he was like, "Would you be in DC film?" Oh yeah, I like money.
Oh man, I love the Brian Fraser mummy movies.
Look, I like that. He's honest. He's like, that's the most. Yeah.
Like. I'm sorry, I'm still caught up on Brian Fraser.
Brian Fraser. Oh man, anyone watch that Brian Fraser movie, Journey to the Center of the Earth?
You know, I just realized something. You know, Brian Fraser sounds like what's his name? Brandon Fraser, like Lord talented brother that only can get jobs in asylum films.
It's Brian Fraser is the Frank Stallone to
The Frank Stallone to the yeah.
to Brendan Fraser's Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah. Frank was also. No, Frank Stallone was in Transformers. So there was that.
True.
And
No.
he was
Should bring
something else.
Thunderhoof back.
Yeah.
He was pretty cool.
Yeah, you know, I like Brian Fraser's movie Encino Man.
I will watch all the Brian Fraser mummy movies, including the what was it? I think it was like the third one where it was like a bunch of Chinese mummies coming back to life, and everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, the Chinese mummies! Jeebus!"
Tomb of the Dragon Emperor was certainly a thing.
I watched it in theaters. I do remember that. I do remember watching that in theaters. I didn't watch any of the other mummy movies till before it. So as a kid, I was kind of lost. Like, what's going on? I don't know. Something about terracotta soldiers coming to life. That has to do with mummies, I guess. I don't know. I actually kind of want to watch that movie now. Just cause I like the mummy movies with Brendan Fraser.
Me too.
Alright. Is there anything else though you want to say about the House of the Monster?
She's fat.
She's fat!
She's fat.
She's fat! Yeah.
Also, it's got an appearance by John Heater, who just got off his this was post Napoleon Dynamite, so people wanted him in movies.
Yeah. Huh. Oh, excuse me, that's a yawn there. Whoa. Yeah. Alright. Is that it though? Comment?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Alright then. Alright. Oh, real quick, I just found this on Twitter. I think you'll get a kick out of it. I just saw this. Someone just posted this. Transformers Earthspark, the first show since animated. That's outlandish enough to have a. Let's have a whole episode where they get chased by a bear, and that's the whole plot. Move over, cocaine bear. In other words, we gotta start writing that butterfly episode. Oh, come on, it's just. Don't you have like Cybertronian butterflies? Don't you dare compare that monstrosity to a Cybertronian butterfly, Spock! They're two completely different things. Hey, Ironheart, look! It's a Cybertronian butterfly! Alright. Alright. We are, what, how long have we been going now? Almost 2 hours now? So, almost 2 hours now, and now we can finally talk about Creed 3, because apparently only 3 of us here watch a good movie.
Yeah,
Come on.
And unfortunately, I have to go to bed, but I do want to ask one quick thing. Matchstick, Genghis, do you want to do Lord of the Duns next week? Or do you want to do, or are you guys, the rest of you, are you guys available for Comic Prep?
What are we talking about for Lord of the Dunces?
Dwarves or Battletech?
Dwarves or Battletech? Gotta learn about the big robots.
Okay, I'll get that stuff ready.
Alright. Have a good night.
Alright, go watch Rocky and Creed!
Okay. After all the Gundam stuff that I'm very behind on.
Watches Gundam, but he doesn't watch his Rocky or Creed. I'm sad. I'm sad. Look at my face here. This is my expression. I'm sad. He doesn't watch the good boxing movie. He watches the shitty Gundam show. Well, there's good Gundam shows, but for some reason he chooses to watch the bad ones. Okay. So there's that. All right. Rest of you Matchstick, comment, please. Watch Rocky and Creed. Come on. I'm serious. I'm gonna sit you down sometime, Matchstick. We're gonna watch Rocky together. I'm serious about that. You gotta watch these movies. Alright, anyways, Creed 3! Yeah! We can finally talk about it! I guess real quick, we could talk real quick non-spoilers. And then, I'll put up a warning when we're talking about spoilers and stuff. So, in fact, give me a second. Let me make sure I got something here. No? Okay. Give me a second. Let me make sure that I got a little warning sign once we start talking about spoilers. So, give me a second.
This time,
It won't be
off
on
the
there
bed.
for long.
There we go. Oh, you're calling it a night?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Watch Rocky and Creed, comment! I'm gonna keep bugging you on that.
I saw Rocky 2.
Well, watch the other Rocky movies. You got Rocky 3, 4, 5, Rocky Balboa, and now 3 Creed movies.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep bugging you guys about it. You gotta watch it. It's really good.
Okay.
They're really good movies.
Okay, I'll watch you then.
I'm oh my god, these movies have seriously made me so biased towards Sylvester Stallone. It's funny to like, hey, Sylvester Stallone talk like that, but he's genuinely a really good actor. Please watch these movies.
Okay. All right. Good night.
Good night, comment. There we go. I'm serious. These movies are so good I've actually gotten to the point now where I can no longer just make fun. I can't make fun of Sly anymore. You know, with the way he talks. It's like he's actually a really good actor, and writer, and director. And Michael B. Jordan, surprisingly, is for his directorial debut for Creed 3. Whoa!
Utterly fantastic film.
Whoa! He came out. Wow! It's like for directorial debut, Michael B. Jordan, pun intended, literally came out swinging. Like whoa! How do I? Help me out here now. You know cinema terminology better than us. Help us explain this stuff.
What are you trying to convey?
Like well, I guess first off, let's talk about the main thing about these movies when it comes to directing, which is the fighting and stuff. Now the fighting, it's
Michael B. Jordan, very quickly he does like I sort of said it before. I thought he was going to play a bit safe, because this is his first time directing a film, so I don't know, I don't know what his prior what his prior credentials were. So I imagined at first he was going to be a bit. He was going to play it safe and try to mimic what Coogler or even Capel did for the sequel. Just find a blending of the two, so as to not, as to keep all the movies stylistically consistent. But no, Michael B. Jordan decided just to be very ambitious and just present the boxing in a very interesting sort of way. So he did in the press junket. He did say to the press. I'm sorry, that's a redundant statement, but forgive me. He said that he was inspired by that show with the orange ninja jumpsuit guy. And Dragon Ball Z when coming up with the action. And after hearing about that, there's it made me think back to what how the action is presented, and just because one thing you notice if you, which I think Nick's seen it twice, so he's
yes.
I think he's about as qualified to know this. I think if you knows a lot about the fights, there's a very careful attention to detail that Jordan puts to a lot of what happens. Coogler shot at the idea of shooting all of his fights as one shot. Mm-hmm. It's getting it's sort of in this way of getting into the fighter's head, just by never cutting away from the action and making sure that making sure that everything we perceive in the film is just as how the fighter would perceive it. Capul did his own thing. And for Jordan, what he likes to really do is just give visual clues to the audience as to what is the strategy of a lot of the fighters. Which like in a lot of Japanese media, that role will always be reserved to the inner monologue, because that's how Japanese theaters has always kind of been. Like that's how storytelling for them has always kind of been. The attention, is like to take the second bout he has with Conlon. There's very great visual cues that Jordan puts throughout the fight, where in order to one up Conlon, it's very obvious that he needs to strike him at the sides.
Yeah.
So
while we're getting spoilers now, there's no saving it.
Well, it's the first fight.
Okay.
And it's like it's the first fight you see, and it's not really as spoilerific because we already knew like Ricky Conlon was going to be in the film. So like, what do you call it? So the entire bout is just like very like even the first movie to not have Rocky Balboa in it, there's still a bit of the Balboa rubbed off on Creed.
Yeah.
Because he keeps moving his head.
he inherited a signature Balboa move. Block all the punches with his head.
I know your fist is hard, but my head is harder.
Rocky, you'll get brain damage. Don't you remember what the doctor said in the 6th movie? They said it's all bullshit.
I'm gonna shrink down into my own head and fight the cancer away.
Rocky, you can get brain damage. Yeah, that means get brain damage to my head. That means it's only.
If my brain could get damaged, that means I can fix it. Only way to fix it.
That means he's not focusing on damaging my body.
I'm just gonna punch the brain damage away. Yeah, I get what you're talking about. Not.
So the entire sort of way that the fight is structured, all the fights in this movie are structured based on how an anime would structure a fight. Just like it's a whole lot of this person has a weak point, or this person has a way that I can fib him, and so I'm going to use that to my advantage to grasp the upper hand. So it from the first fight, it's really well shown that it's really well shown to the audience that in order for Donnie to win the fight, he needs to hit Conlon with I think it is also very much a tie into the first movie. Because if you remember the moment where Donnie first knocks down Colin.
Yeah.
He was striking at the body first before going upstairs. So it's
he's doing body shots like Balboa. He's going upstairs like Apollo Creed.
So it's like he's clearly just he is clearly exploiting an old weakness that Conlon really didn't resolve.
Hmm.
Same creed, nothing new.
Yeah.
Colin says that right to Donnie's face in the opening.
Same creed, nothing new.
So yeah, like a lot of the fights have that flow to them that I really appreciate.
Yeah.
Which which kind of makes what do you call it? Just to hint at it, because I'm sure we're gonna go on to it like later.
Yeah,
while
we talk about spoilers.
When we talk about spoilers, but it's why Dame's fight with
Chavez.
Yeah, Felix. It's why it's my favorite.
Yeah. Yeah, like yeah, it's really distinct compared to like the other movies before, with how, you know, these fights were shot. So I dig it. I like it right away. We're like keep in mind, it's pretty fresh in my mind right now. Like so I'll probably go watch it again because I want to. It's like yeah. Oh my god, I gotta cough up like another like $20-something, but still, it's because like yeah, it's like just yeah, like just like immediately like that got my attention. Like it's also a really great way to get your attention too, like how like you're watching a normal fight and all of a sudden just like everything kind of slows down for a second, like, oh, what's going on? And then do it several times, and then able, and it's like, oh, I get what's going on here. So yeah, I dig how oh, excuse me, how the fights were shot and stuff. What about like just seeing like the normal scenes though, like when they're just like talking.
What do you call it? It's done fairly well. Like the interactions, I think, like just the interactions with everyone is also is all solid. Like the highlight for me is just the dynamic between Michael B. Jordan and Jonathan Majors.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now be collabing together from now on. I'm all for it. Just like Changus, he's all for it. I'm all for it.
Yeah, it's like he wants to do something more with Jonathan Majors, the same way Scorsese does stuff with
De Niro.
Why did his name jump out of my mind there? So I know his name started with like a Robert. I forgot the last name. Yeah, Robert De Niro. Which actually I do kind of want to say this. When I first started watching the movie, and at first I was kind of, I wouldn't say taken aback, just more like just the best way I could describe it is initially to make an airplane joke. Oh man, does anyone speak jive? It's I don't know. I feel like there's a whole. I feel like if I go deeper into it, we're gonna be here just discussing like that kind of language and those like areas of cities and stuff in general. But like, the point is, you know, it's like, oh man, it's like, it's, you know, that way they talk. And it's like, oh, okay. Someone speak jive. But no, but I think it's also interesting though how you know, actually just real quick about the way they talk, like how when Donnie's talking to, you know, mostly normal people, he sounds fairly like normal, I guess, but then whenever it's like with Dame, you know, because he's from that, you know, past they were together, it's like they usually talk kind of like that mix of that kind of you know, that kind of jive talk, I guess. Oh, it's interesting. I don't know. That's just me. I'm gonna have to watch this movie again. Just I want to watch this movie again. What else is to say though without getting to spoilers? Help me out, you two.
Any scene with Donnie and Amara is just adorable.
Yeah. So I do know this from like some of the behind the scenes I've seen with advertising the movie. The actress for Amara is actually deaf herself. So like when like they like have like a little short interview segment, you know, in the video, she's talking through sign language. So you know, it's interesting in how, you know, like people get, you know, actors or actresses that are actually deaf, I guess, you know, for that more authenticity. But she Amara's actress also did a bang out job too. She's great.
Oh yeah,
she's great. Like not get too big spoilers, but like I think one of my favorite scenes with Amara was just the end where they're in the ring together.
Yes.
Pretending to spar together. Oh! Oh, we got a raid! Hey! Hey, we got a raid from Brother Mouse. Oh, hey, Mouse. Hey. Hey. I was on Brother Mouse's I wasn't in his stream. I was watching his stream. There we go. I cannot talk because I'm too busy. I have Creed on my mind, so all words are, you know, I'm like Rocky right now. You know, all the words, Adrian. You know, they kind of jump out of my head. You know, you know, I'm trying to make sense of it. But I was watching Mouse's stream because our good friend Serena was on there. So yeah, hey, darkness. And we got some first-time chatters too, from Slump Neko and Spencer to Frostback. Hey, we are talking right now in our podcast. We're talking a podcast segment right now. We are talking about Creed 3. You're excited for it, Slump Neko? All right, we're at the moment talking in a spoiler freeze, but then just a heads up. Eventually, we will get into spoilers. But for now, we're talking spoiler-free stuff. But so like but yeah, like every scene with Amara was great.
Adorable. Fantastic. I love it.
Yeah. This Tessa Thompson's character Bianca. It seems like every Creed movie she gets more and more to do, which I'm okay with. So like especially here she's definitely a lot more involved now, and yeah, like just everyone's performance is just, you know, really well done, like spot on. Like everyone did a really great performance. So like just overall Michael B. Jordan directorial debut is really strong. Like,
oh yeah.
Gosh, there's some. I feel like once we get into spoiler territories, it's gonna be not easy. Well, it will be easier, but not that easier because my mind's still jumbled up. but like to really emphasize what we're talking about. But like, there are some. There's also like just some stylistic choices here and there with how he shoots scenes. That's very. Like I will say like I like so Michael B. Jordan said he was very inspired by anime with how he directs stuff. So it's like when you keep that in mind, when you're watching the movie, it's like, okay, that actually kind of makes sense. But I think also it's also interesting how different Creed 3's directing style is compared to a lot of the other movies before.
Yeah.
But I don't mind that. I actually like the differences. I think, actually, in a sense, I think this is actually kind of a fun thing because at least in my mind, the way I find it, it's kind of all comes together when you think about how this. Well, I should also say that Creed 3 also, in my opinion, is also.
Oh yeah. It's all
coming together. Creed 3 is also really interesting because this is the first movie in the Rocky franchise without Rocky, without Sly. So, and while throughout the movie, you can still feel a lot of what Rocky's done has rubbed off onto Donnie. Which is Michael B. Jordan's character in Creed. At the same time, there's this is clearly a movie where the Creed franchise is really trying to become its own thing.
Yeah.
So the fact that
next thing you're gonna get the Rocky fuck, I dropped my phone. The Rocky Cinematic Universe.
The Rocky Cinematic Universe.
Aren't they like trying to do a Ivan Drago film?
I think they're in talks.
It's in talks.
I mean, Drago's like really like one of the bigger characters from the Rocky franchise, so I don't see why not they wouldn't make him.
I suppose.
I think it should focus on Victor.
Yeah, if anything, it's gotta be on Victor. But
I mean, he's like the boxer. Now.
Yeah, but like so like the fact that this is the first movie trying to kind of start being its own thing separate from Rocky, but still in the same franchise. I think this type of different directorial style complements that idea really well. That's how I justify it. So I don't know what you watched this movie too. Come on, I want to hear your 2 cents as well.
Hey, I don't know what I could say without getting into spoilers. Other than this movie is fucking awesome. Everyone was like fucking spot on in this movie.
Well, all I just have to say, like, without going into too much details, is just it's a very personal movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's this is definitely a very personal story.
For all intents and purposes, for everything, like Creed 2, good movie, but it's a sequel to Rocky 4. It's that movie. It's the movie where it's like, oh yeah, we gotta acknowledge the franchise before it. Even more by bringing in the Apollo Creed's killer and having having and having Donnie react to that. But with this movie specifically, it really is something, it's like the entire movie is surrounded with a conflict that Donnie shares alone. Because no one knows Dame like he does.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire movie, as people kind of get to know Dame more, they sort of just see him as a thug. You know, he's some 2-bit. He's some 2-bit who got mad that he missed the prime of his life. And is looking to manipulate Apollo to get what he wants.
Donnie.
Yeah, you know what? This was a good run. I guess I should.
Well, I was gonna say we could actually make that slip up work, but one, it'll make us sad, and two, it's spoilers.
No, well, I'm gonna.
Oh no!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's a sad spoiler. It's a sad spoiler, but yes, I'm sorry.
I guess I'm gonna have to, resign in shame.
I'm sorry.
Just got text.
To bounce back from that weird flub. So like Donnie. Because I think it's until we really get into spoilers, Dame is a character who can be defined in two ways. One is just if you know him surface level, and he's just some kind of creep who's looking to take advantage of someone, and the other way is really the only way Donnie is more comfortable with. He is his brother. You know, he was there even before
Marianne.
And, you know, it's like even if he wasn't, the most morally sound person in Donnie's life, there was no question that he was the most loyal.
Yeah.
Even though there's this, the other way around sadly happened. But we'll get to that later.
I think it's also interesting how you mentioned this movie's a lot personal, because I just thought of this because I remember we were talking about this back when we were talking about Rocky IV, Nick. How at least the two of us, we think that like some of the best movies of this franchise is when it's a lot more personal.
Yeah.
So what made Rocky 1 really really great was because it was all about this whole personal journey with Rocky, and then we kind of came to that conclusion, the more personal these movies get, we feel the better they are. So I think that's why I really like Creed 3 a lot, because it's probably the most personal out of all these movies. I don't know, maybe besides like the first two Rocky movies, I don't know. But yeah, just gosh, I really want to talk about spoilers, but I wanna at least challenge myself to come up with something spoiler free more. Come on. What else is there? Ah.
Felissa Rashad as Marianne is always the MVP, as always.
Yeah, she was always an MVP. Marianne's character in general is an MVP.
Yes.
She's
absolutely.
she's amazing. She's amazing. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I do want to mention really quick. I think it would be really cool for you guys to actually go back to watch the Rocky versus Drago director's cut.
We are planning on doing that.
Yeah, we do plan on watching that soon. We'll probably make that a 2 cents of its own.
Because it really it gives Drago his due. Because Stallone really wanted to humanize Drago. He didn't want the whole oddly enough, in an ironic sort of way, like the whole idea of the foreign menace caricature was a United Artists demand.
Huh.
That I figured, since Sly's writing is mostly, the more personal stuff.
So the United Artists told Rocky, you gotta punch the Cold War away.
Yeah, you gotta punch the Cold War away. So like a lot of Ivan Drago having to deal with the fact that he doesn't want to be a puppet of the state. He really hates that idea. There is, of course, there is the nationalism there, but it's a normal form of nationalism. It's not he wants to be. It's not that he wants to be the Superman. So he just wants to be the man fighting for Russia, because Russia is great.
Russia, great.
And so the whole like, and this is why I said it's kind of ironic, because the whole idea, the whole like Russia versus US idea, something that Sly wanted to lampoon in Rocky 4. It's like where the whole fight is advertised as being this whole like, the Cold War resolved on a boxing when to Rocky, with Rocky and Drago,
it's more personal.
It's more personal. They don't. One doesn't care about being American icon. The other doesn't care about being, the towering Russian machine. They're warriors, and they just want to, settle their differences.
We can get into this probably in the next topic, since it's gonna be in a
Yeah.
But yeah.
I guess just to bring it bring it all back to home, bring it back home. Just I think the best Rocky movies are when they're a lot more personal, and Creed 3 was definitely a very personal story.
Yeah.
So I dig that.
I will say this. I don't think I like Creed 3 as much as Creed 2, but I think I like it more than Creed 1.
Really?
Yeah.
So you like Creed 2, so what did you say, it's Creed 2, then 3, then 1?
Pretty much.
Huh.
And they all simultaneously share the same spot as Balboa and Rocky 2.
Because I'm gonna be honest, I think now it's 3, and then Creed 3, and then 1 and 2 for me is tied. Because like you said, I don't know. I figure we're gonna pretty much get into spoilers now. There's just
Creed 3 is fantastic either way.
Either way. So I guess just before we get
Like
to, I guess like
phenomenal
Yeah. So I guess before we just start rambling about spoilers, just overall, yeah, solid movie, recommended. Hearing an echo?
Is it from me?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. It could be like last time. Try exiting out.
Yeah, hold on.
How's this?
Oh.
How's this? What the fuck? How's this? What the fuck?
Alright. Well. Oh, wait. Oh. Well, either way, really good movie. I recommend it. Probably like either a 9 or a 10 out of 10. So there we go.
Oh, yeah, it's high quality.
Yeah. Oh, I think the echo's gone. I think it's gone now. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll start off saying, Matt, you said that the fighting hard wasn't in it. I think it was, but like the instrumentals, because I can
Okay,
kind
so
of hear it.
okay, actually that's actually a good thing. So I'm glad you actually brought it. Actually, you know what? This is not really spoiler territory. Actually, I should have brought this up before, but anyways, I'm gonna talk about it now. It's part of spoiler now. So what's interesting is the music selection, the choice for music in this movie is interesting because how do I describe it? There's leitmotifs from the first like 2 Creed movies before it. They even when at the end when Donnie beats Dame, they have the whole the Rocky. They just straight up go. So they have all that going on. So I think I could be wrong. The best way I could describe it coming out of the theater was the last time I heard something like this kind of choice of music was Rogue One in Star Wars. So hear me out. So in Rogue One and Star Wars, well, the choice of music they had was they had like the classic leitmotifs from the original Star Wars music. So, but then there would be like a change to it, sort of like at the last, like around the last second. So like for example, like like in Rogue One, you would hear Imperial March, bum 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 bum. But in Rogue One, they had it's like you hear the first, you feel bum 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 bum, but then all of a sudden like it changed the last second, so like bum 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 bum. It's like okay, and it's kind of like that here, where you could hear some of the song, like the music from the first Creed movies, like I'm trying not to maybe a bit of like the Fighting Stronger song. I was like I'm trying to remember. I was thinking about this. Well, actually, give me a second. I could literally just look this up real quick. Like just take a brief listen to like the Creed music. Creed soundtrack. Just a really brief listen to it. Just like it's probably in the training thing montage thing. Come on. Cause it's oh, now I remember. Now I remember. Know what I'm talking about. It's like that. Like the leitmotif. Ba 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 bum 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 ba ba da ba 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 bum 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 bum. So they got, it's like that. They got that going on, but then like kind of like Rogue One, like at the last second they kind of changed it up. Ba 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 ba. Bum, bum, ba, 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 ba.
To make it go back, every time they have like the theme, it's always different in these movies.
when the like pretty much like the only Rocky song that like stayed the same it was at when Donnie beat Dame, it was also different. It was much slower. Dun, dun, bum, ba. It was a lot more like it's slower, kind of more triumphant. Bum, ba, 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 bum, ba, dum, ba, 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 bum, ba, da, ba, da, ba, bum, ba. So, yeah. So yeah, like that's like it's interesting. I don't hate it, but it's like it's interesting to me. Like it's like you recognize a couple of notes and then it changes. It's like which I don't know. That's the best way I could describe it. Oh, you were gonna say something?
I guess. Well, no. I want you to finish what you're gonna say.
No, I think I'm done with what I was saying.
So, I think this sort of ties into a criticism I have with the movie. You guys may not share it, but this is just something I had. The score is kind of forgettable.
I will say that at points I was like, there wasn't really a thing that made me go, yeah, Creed. I know. I'll always remember this as the song where Creed did this at this point in the movie.
Yeah.
It's getting late. I got out.
All right.
You guys have a good night.
Have a good night, Mastic.
Have a good night, Magic.
Yeah, the first two Creed movies had a really good score, really strong score. Like you know what it is? It at least to me. And now keep in mind, I'm not in any way a music expert, even though I took a band class. This is this completely amateur music knowledge here, but like, I think it all comes down to like the use of like leitmotifs in your soundtrack that usually like makes something memorable. Cause like in the first two Creed movies, you will always hear that like leitmotif, da 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 da, bum 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 bum. Like even like the downtime was like on like a soft piano,
Yeah.
bum 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 bum, and like even like in the Rocky movies, they had like kind of like that leitmotif of gonna fly now. Do no no. But then here, the soundtrack wasn't. The score wasn't. I don't think as strong. Which again, like you could hear like little hints of that leitmotif, but then it would change. I don't know. It just. Again, this is completely amateur music information here. I feel like leitmotifs, because I'm a sucker for leitmotifs. I believe leitmotifs make a really good soundtrack. Another good example, like leitmotifs. Another movie. Fuck it, you know what? Because it is the anniversary for when it came out today. The Batman soundtrack. The dun bum 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 bum. You will hear that leitmotif everywhere. And so, like, it's unforgettable with this. Like, when you hear bum, 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 you automatically go, the Batman. So.
Shit, this guy's about to beat the fuck out of me.
Yeah. And and so, yeah, it's just, overall, I don't know, I guess the point I'm trying to make is bring back Ludwig. It was really good.
Yeah.
I don't know, is he too busy, making Mandalorian's music now?
No, I think he's busy right now with Oppenheimer.
Oh.
Understandable. Understandable. Have a good day.
Understandable. Have a good day. Because I think, because he was the one who also replaced Hans Zimmer. for Tenet.
Ah.
So it's like he's doing Oppenheimer, and it really feels like
It's because Hans Zimmer's too busy with Dune.
Dune. Yeah. But it feels like right now it looks like Joseph Shirley, who was the composer for 3, and it really feels like he's kind of taking over Gronson's other projects while he's focusing on Oppenheimer.
Is he also doing Mandalorian then?
Yeah, he's taking over for him in Mandalorian.
Oh.
Because Shirley was his what do you call it? His line, his recording line. He was like his understudy. So yeah, it just seems like he's kind of taking over for a time, but I'm gonna have to be really honest here. I'm not a big fan.
I wouldn't say I'm not a big fan. I just think it's not as strong compared to the scores of the other movies.
Because, leitmotif. It's a very simple form of musical storytelling, but
it works.
But I think the problem with his scoring is it's like when he the only time I ever recognized music was happening was when they use the obligatory horn section for going the distance. For every time Donnie knocks down someone. So it's like that's something I recognize, because me, a human being on the planet Earth, really likes going the distance.
Yeah.
That horn section is legendary. But how John Carpenter will always joke that his compositions are basically just wallpaper. That's the best way I can describe his score for this film. It's literal wallpaper. It works for the moment. It doesn't feel out of place, but at the same time,
it's not memorable.
Yeah, because it doesn't feel out of place. It doesn't feel the need to be remarkable. So it's just you're left with something in the background playing. There's no real interesting thing going on. So it's just in the background, and then he will take a piece from he will take a piece from You Are Creed, or Going the Distance, and it's that feels like the only thing that's memorable. And the worst part is it's pieces of music that he didn't write.
Okay. All right. I understand that. I understand it completely. I don't think it's again. I don't think it's necessarily bad what he did. It's just unfortunately not as memorable. Which So, so actually, real quick, while we're talking about music, so I remember a while back, I watched this YouTube video where Junkie XL was like doing like a Q&A video, cause like he was like, I think it was like at the time he was scoring for, I think, a Deadpool. And someone asked him, and then I remember someone asked him, like, so why is it that, you know, like, some of your music in these movies are so memorable, but then another one's like, I couldn't even tell that was you. And he said, and then this, is this, I want you to confirm, like, if this is still, you know, true or not. Not like he said, ultimately, it just comes down to the choice of the director.
Yeah, that is true. Like, I always, yeah, like with a director, like, it just comes down to a great score. Is just what the director thinks works really well with the scene. So it's like, like a lot of and of course, I don't want to discount the work of these composers. Composers are great. You when you get like really great ones, you create something legendary. But it's like there's a difference. There's a difference there. Like when you listen to Mad Max Fury Road, there's a very big difference from that compared to, say, like Scoob. Hell, like if you listen to Sonic the Hedgehog, there's a very big difference from there compared to Scoob.
Scoob.
The moral of this lesson is Scoob was a boring movie that I don't think anyone could have watched.
So I guess then, if that, considering that, I guess maybe that could be a criticism against Michael B. Jordan as a director. I guess ultimately Michael B. Jordan decided that music wasn't, gonna be, as much of a focus for this movie, like the other Creed movies, I guess.
If anything, what really got me was a scene where there was a lack of music, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, so like just overall, like it's I get, I don't know, I guess that could be something you could criticize against Michael B. Jordan. It's just, when it comes to directing, I guess he's not too focused on music, which, I don't really agree with, but, oh well. It's I guess it's a thing. Maybe but then again, this is only Michael B. Jordan's first movie. So, things could change next time he makes a movie. It could be different. Who knows? So yeah, I do also hope that I do hope, though, also just real quick, that while I like Michael B. Jordan, I hope he's not stuck, only making Creed movies. I hope he does more. Because, it's one thing to go, like, hey, you're a pretty good director, to go, oh, you're the Creed director. And that's about it. So yeah, I do hope he does eventually, venture out into other creative endeavors when it comes to directing.
Oh, sometimes I think, like, that what really kills you is just like is typecasting. Because sometimes just like a really great movie is just what kills the career of someone. I was gonna bring up like James Wales, but I think there's a I think there was more than just Frankenstein that killed his career. Which, you know, one of them is a man by the name of Carl Lamont. But that's not about what we're talking about. This is talking about Creed.
Yeah. Well, I was just doing a little thing with Michael B. Jordan as director, but yeah. But other than that, like I guess going back to how he directs fights, yeah, I really like the way Michael B. Jordan directs fights here. Like, so I guess we talked a bit about, you know, the whole fight with, oh my god, Conlon and Creed in the beginning. So I guess then we could, since we're spoilers now, we could go on to,
We should probably get into the plot now.
Well, I don't really know if I want to get too big into the plot, but I think also another thing is like real quick on the fights, like I guess since you brought it up, not since you said it was your favorite fight, the whole fight with Dame versus Felix, because actually real quick before we get to that, I guess long story short, to build up context to this fight, guess who came back for this movie? Victor. My boy Victor's back. I was like, oh, Victor's back. Okay. And he's on good terms with Donnie. Hey, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. He's on good terms with him. So it's like, okay, Victor's back. And not only is he back, he's still, you know, trying to, you know, get that championship title himself. So, you know, hey, good for Victor. He hasn't quit boxing. So hey, so Victor is back, but you know, due to circumstances, thanks to Dame pulling a sneaky one, Victor couldn't box because some guy jumped him. I'm not saying I'm not saying that this, you know, the result isn't believable. I'm just saying, how does a scary Russian dude like Victor get jumped and hospitalized? Have you seen that man? Jesus, he's scary.
Well, he was hospitalized. You want me to blow your minds, guys?
Yes.
What do you call it? Dame's evil mastermind plan is literally just the plot to the first movie. He creates a situation where he is the number one contender by injuring the hand of the world champion of the opponent to the world champion's hand.
Yeah, that's right. It's like when the first Rocky movie, like, what happened to my opponent? I'm sorry, Apollo. He busted up his hand. God damn it! This is it. Actually, also real quick. My mind's all. This is how my mind works when it comes to spoilers. I guess I'll scare up. We'll get back to Dame versus Felix. But you mentioned like Rocky 1. It's also just now you mentioned like the whole situation is pretty much just setting up a similar situation to Rocky 1 to the point that Donnie pretty much plays the role of Apollo in the situation where he's setting up, a fight with an underdog, which is Dame though. Unfortunately, the big difference is Dame. He don't got Rocky's heart, so.
Dame's not an underdog. He's an evil genius.
Yeah. But so yeah, it's like Dame mastermind plans. All right, bro. You remember Rocky 1? We're gonna do exactly that shit. and I'm gonna get the championship title. And unlike Rocky, I'm not going to distance. I'm winning by playing dirty. Like there are points in like the fight between Dame and Donnie where you can see Dame like just literally like grabbing Donnie by the head to like hit him. So it's like, jeez. But we'll get to that fight as well. But so like that's all like the setup to Dame versus Felix. So I guess why is that your favorite fight? Not.
The thing, the things that Dame does throughout that fight. The reason why I call him Evil Genius, because he essentially knows that, you know, even though he is like huge man, he's a huge boy.
We've shown Jonathan Matrix workout plenty of times on stream.
So it's like, you would think that that he would rely on some form of strength, or like some killer technique that will try to get over on Felix. But Dame knows that potentially Felix is someone who's a lot more, you know, is essentially a lot more like young and is young and agile than him. You know, they mentioned throughout the entire movie, it's like, oh, you know, he's older than you. To
Donnie.
To Donnie, whenever he brings up the idea, it's like, you know, like, Dame's not stupid. He knows that he can't win this through brute force. So throughout the fight, the thing I really like about it is just Dame's creating all these opportunities for him where he's essentially just wearing down Felix. So when it comes time for him to strike, Felix is just not quick enough to try to counter it.
He likes going for the arm.
Yeah.
There was a lot of emphasis on him like targeting like spots on his arm.
Spots on the arm, grabbing him. Just the way like Dame's blocking is very interesting, because he's intentionally just trying to get Felix to put strain on his arm. And then like it culminates into the wonderful little sly cheating move that he does, where he pretends like he's boxing so quick and so hard. He pretends that, oh no, my elbow, you know, didn't hit him on the side of the face, you know, near one of his eyes, effectively partially blinding him. And so it, you know, to bring the anime comparison again, it's a Dio move.
It's a Dio move.
This is like it's just doing something really, like, you know, cheating and doing something really illegal and amoral just to get ahead.
Yeah.
And it's something I really like, because the other, you know, like I appreciate sort of the other I appreciate sort of like the other movies when it's like, oh, how like Stallone likes to bring in boxers because he has the idea of you could train, it's much easier to train a
boxer to act.
A boxer to act than to train an actor to box. But it's like you just have like a fight against against an actor, and you could just set up these interesting sort of encounters where it's not necessarily just it's not necessarily pure boxing. But it doesn't matter because Dame is literally just doing all these weird and illegal crap because he wants to win. He wants to win the world championship, which he does.
Yeah.
Like in his first ever boxing career, he wins the world title from a complete upset.
Good job, I guess. You cheated, but good job, I guess. Yeah, just I'm out of tea. I'll get more afterwards. Also just so what do you think of the overall Dame's whole dynamic with Donnie?
Me?
Just both of you in general.
I like it.
You like it?
Yeah. Like, Dame is such a magnificent bastard is what it's called, because he's he's clearly you can tell he's using Donnie.
Yeah.
But like it's like he's both resenting, but at the same time he still somewhat cares about him. Back to the fight when Dame wins the championship, you see his reaction, how he's like basically, yo, check me out, like you'd expect Donnie to be like happy for him and stuff like that.
Yeah, but Donnie's just looking like, what did you do?
And you can see that.
I think you can see him cry actually.
Yeah,
it's probably like a mix. The cry is actually probably a mix of like a lot of emotions. Like he finally got what he wanted, but then also you could say, maybe part of the tears is also because he's sad that Donnie's not happy for him. So it could be either way, I guess. So I'm pretty sure you can see tears coming down Jonathan Major's face when he wins.
And it's like, give me 1 second. I just have a little bit of phlegm.
All right.
There we go. You can see Dame feels betrayed again.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just Dame's also interesting, whereas I think Dame's also I wouldn't say he's completely sympathetic, but there's still enough there where you do kind of feel for him.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, Donnie was the one who did abandon him. At the end of the day, Adonis was the guy who cut all ties with Dame and left him to the, just left him for prison. So, in a sense, you can understand where Dame's coming from. But then, at the same time, though, it's like, and then like because of that, you know, like it's also just interesting how Dame as soon as he enters Donnie's life, everything starts going wrong.
Yeah.
So so one thing I know, so I mentioned this before when we were talking about the previous two Creed movies, how Creed is Donnie is a very he's a man who doesn't deal with emotions too well. He doesn't handle hardships very well, whether it's rejection or anything like that. And how I said like how in the first two Creed movies, whenever things got too hard for him, he always seemed to revert back to that angry kid and that that juvenile detention that first met Marianne. And you could see, and in the movie you could see him slowly returning to that actually.
Yeah.
Like how like he refuses to talk to Bianca about Dame, how he just wants to put it all in the past, and whenever he's pestered by it, he starts getting defensive again. He starts becoming that same angry kid again. But then the difference here is still he can't keep acting like that, because as Bianca said, you can't act like that in front of your daughter. And and so it's just like you can see Donnie trying his best not to act like that in front of his daughter, but like one scene that when like he's fighting with Bianca, and then the daughter comes in, and he tells his daughter, obviously through something, like, hey, I still love you, baby. Hey, is everything okay? But as soon as everyone's left and he's alone in the room, he like just that burst of anger when he smashes the glass. So it's still there. But then that leads to
First, I think we gotta set something up before it.
so Marianne's
Yeah, the MVP.
the MVP.
When we first see her, also we get one interaction between Amara and Marianne. But
Oh, that
it's
was-
fucking
That was adorable. Just who's the champ? And Amara says to her, "Oh, you are, Grandma." It's like, oh, that's adorable.
But then Marianne goes, "No, it's you."
Yes. Yeah, it's like, oh, that's adorable. But then and then you have this whole talk of them saying, Marianne, you should come move in with us, and then you learn why. Now I'm gonna say a joke, but I'm gonna say a joke, not to make light of the situation, mostly just so that we're not too bummed out when we eventually get to what happens. But Marianne had a situation where just she had a stroke. So Donnie, what are you doing, baby? Mom, I'm handing you a drink. That's my stroke arm, Donnie. Hand it over to my good arm. That's better.
Don't worry, I won't be having a stroke tonight. I might have one tomorrow night. Donnie, that's not funny. That's not funny. Let's just say in the theater watching a second time, I go, that really isn't funny. That really isn't funny.
D, what is it, baby? Your mom's getting in the car.
Hold on. Oh, let's get in the car.
Turns on the radio. Look, I'm trying to make you someone happier before you end up sad.
I know, but we also got established what Marianne did.
Right, that starts the beginning of the wrong pinchy, kind of the bummer stuff.
Yeah.
So turns out Marianne. So to establish, so in the beginning, so like when Donnie first reunites with Dame tells Donnie that, hey, I've been writing letters to you. It's like, You have? Yeah, I've been sending it to your house. Like, when Marianne, and it's just like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I never got those letters. But it turns out, no, Marianne's been hiding the letters. And so when Donnie finds out, now, from Donnie's perspective, reasonably, he should, reasonably, you understand why he's angry, because, because again, at the end of the day, Damien was Donnie's brother.
This could have, all that's happening right now could have been prevented.
Ah, that's right.
He even go, oh,
if this all could have been prevented if you never, was like, met me. It's like, and then the worst part is, Marianne just goes, yeah, maybe you're right.
but obviously, Chase, he's also said, we also said that, apparently, Donnie doesn't have a good relationship with his half-siblings.
That's right. That was established how he didn't have a... Yeah, because remember, in Rocky 2, Apollo, you saw Apollo had kids with Marianne.
Yeah.
So even more, that honestly explains a lot about his behavior.
Yeah.
Why he's always so, like, angry. It's like, growing up, he never had a really, good time. So there's the fact that they say he didn't have a good relationship with his half siblings, and then and also just at the end of the day, like, Damien was Donnie's brother. Like, he was the one who looked out for Donnie during hard times, especially when you learned what those two went through.
Yeah.
And so, overall, like, this movie really, it makes you go, you kind of understand why Donnie and Dame are the way they are.
Yeah.
They went through a lot. They went through a lot. I'm actually kind of reminded now by a line Rocky said to Donnie in Creed 1. It's like they don't know what was it like when he's trying to like pump up Donnie to fight Rick. It's like, they don't know what we've been through. They surely don't know what you've been through. It's like, oh man, now thinking about it, it's like, yeah, we really didn't know what he's been through. He's been through a lot. Jeez.
I'm sad now.
I'm sorry, Nick.
No, I was doing a Futurama joke.
Oh, okay. But but yeah, just overall, like, it's also, but then, the real bummer thing is that, the real bummer thing is, before what happens next, that we're gonna talk about, Donnie's last conversation with his mom before we're talking about didn't end on a high note.
No.
And
Marianne basically said, yeah, he may have been your brother, but he's probably not anymore, and shows him,
yeah, the picture with him hanging out with the same dude who jumped Victor.
Also, something I noticed on my second time during the rap party, right before, Dame goes to speak with Bianca, you could see him talk to the guy.
Oh, that's sneaky bastard.
Yeah.
But it also kind of reminds me a bit of Creed 2 a bit, actually. Remember how when Donnie was gonna go fight Victor, he and Rocky didn't end their conversation off on a good note.
Yeah.
Which I think also comes back to what Nat said when we were talking about the first two Creed movies, how in those movies, another negative thing about Donnie is he runs his mouth.
Yeah.
He runs his mouth, and then so like even here in Creed 3, he still has that problem because he didn't have to say to Marianne, none of this would have happened if you never met me.
I don't think he said never met me. Just that if you didn't like, if you didn't hide this from me.
I think I may have to, I will go watch this movie again. So we'll see. I think we may have to do like a maybe like a.
I feel like we were gonna do another like when it came to physical media, Creed 3 addendum.
Sad Chankers. Well, here I'm happy now, Chelsea, but I'll get sad again when we get to it, because it's like right where we're gonna get to it. But like I feel like Nick, we're gonna have to watch this. We're gonna have to like do like a lunch, even just a lunch break, just talking about this movie again. Because like I really like this movie.
Oh, this movie's great, fantastic.
Yeah. Now I just gotta bring someone who can understand jive talk.
Is it strange that I understood everything they were saying?
Give me some slack, Jack.
Chump some slack, Jack.
Chump don't want no help. Chump don't get no help.
Chump don't want no help. Chump don't get no help. Sit that blood, you're gonna get you up on the good side.
Yeah, but alright, I guess then this is now the time where we talk about the sad stuff, Chelsea. So now that we established what happened with Marianne, now we gotta get to the final scene with Marianne. And man.
Chance, I was in that theater twice seeing that movie.
Uh-huh.
Still got watery eyed seeing it.
Oh.
Oh.
Cause it's Marianne had another stroke, and they said nah, she's not coming back this time. She muscle failure and all that. Organ
failure.
And so God, I hate to ask you this, Nick, but I gotta know, which do you think is sadder, Marianne or Mickey? Cause I think it's Marianne. Cause what she says to Donnie,
I know.
her last words.
It's not gonna lie, those are things I can't really like. I can't like decide on. Like those, I feel like you shouldn't compare them.
Because both scenes make you sad.
They are.
But like so Marianne, she's literally on her deathbed, and and Donnie's he's trying to tell Marianne, trying to apologize, trying to make up for it's too late, and then just what got to me was when she started calling Donnie Apollo. It's like
halfway through, like telling like Donnie, like, because you could hear it's like, hey, you were like obviously she's reassuring him.
You would just
hey, it's fine. I'm just so glad to know you. You are just like your father. And right then she forgets where she is and feels like she's talking to Apollo.
So and then she's apologizing to Apollo. It's like what got to me was His name is Adonis. He helped me forgive you. It's like,
Chase, you say that it's making me remember an artist. The scenes, Chase, it's one of the best scenes in that film. It's so.
I'm getting watery-eyed right now saying that line. It's like, cause it's like when I heard that, I was like, fuck. Oh.
I literally in the theater. I turned to Colin. Yes, I'm crying. Shut up.
Oh, you took butter with you?
The second one, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, what did he think?
Oh, he liked it.
He liked it. Was he also crying?
I couldn't tell. All I know is I was again.
Type when you're done, Chelsea. Hold on. It's just so sad, man. It's just that line that destroyed me. I was like, oh no, no. Oh, my nose is getting sniffly now. Just God, Mary Ann really was just the MVP of these movies.
She's fantastic.
God, you're gonna hate me for saying this, Nick. If I had a nickel for every time a third movie in a franchise made me cry, I'd have 2 nickels.
Which isn't a lot, but I'm shocked to happen twice. Chance, I was actually thinking about while watching it a second time. It really does feel again, because it's like, Chance, I literally thought to myself, after Rocky, Mary Ann would be Donnie's Mickey.
Oh, why did you have to make me even more sad?
Now you know how I feel.
Wow.
Oh, I'm gonna make you even Chance.
Oh God, you're making me cry again. Why'd you make me more sad? Say that, man.
Yeah, Ray, I'm gonna make you more sad. You know how Mickey died thinking, that Rocky won.
Fuck you.
And I just thought that. Now imagine how I feel. I'm like, damn it.
No.
Damn it.
You know, not gonna lie, I'm getting more emotional now talking about it. Than like, it's one thing to watch it, but now like talk about like when you're really breaking it down, it's like, oh God, it's even more sad.
It's sadder when you think about it.
It's sadder when you think about it. I gotta blow my nose. Hold on. I'm gonna mute myself on stream, but so I gotta blow my nose.
Okay, see what else got me was Bianca's call.
God, you're really making me sad tonight, man.
That's what this movie did to me.
Oh. Actually, I have to make a quick addendum to what I was saying earlier about nickels. I actually have 3 nickels, because I forgot when I was a stupid high school kid, I cried in Dark of the Moon. Because I thought Bumblebee was gonna die, but then now in hindsight, it's like, why did you cry? They're never gonna kill Bumblebee. He's too popular.
Even the time they did kill Bumblebee, that was a fake out.
Yeah.
Twice.
I cried. I cried when Optimus needlessly killed Megatron. Even though, to be honest, without Megatron, he would have been killed by
He would have been killed by Sentinel.
Sentinel.
Uh,
So I felt sadness.
well, I'm gonna be sad when I talk about Dark of the Moon, I guess, later on this year. In preparation for Rise of the Beast. But, just... You know, it's sad, but at the same time, it was Marianne's death that's, you know, that started, you know, everything getting back together now. Donnie's making up with Bianca, with Duke.
Yeah.
Oh, God, like, how after the fight with Dame against Felix, when Felix is being sent to the hospital, Duke's just like, you know, I told you, I warned you. Oh, do me a favor, stay away from the gym.
And stay away for a while.
But then at the funeral though, like, God, it literally took Marianne's death for everyone to get back together. Like, cause at the funeral, like, none of that stuff was brought up. All you had was just Duke comforting Donnie, cause you know, what can you do? It's like the dude's mom just passed away, you know, so the only thing you can do is just comfort him there. And then afterwards, you know, Donnie makes up with Bianca. That's when he tells the story with Leon, I guess, which we're not done with bummer hours yet.
Before you do thing with Leon, what Bianca said about Marianne.
Oh, right. How she said that Marianne was like the only one she can talk to. Like, she was the closest thing to a mother to her in a while. That's the thing. I feel like as each Creed, every time there's a Creed movie, we learn a little more about Bianca.
Yeah.
And so now this is where we learn Marianne was like a mother to Bianca. So like, it really makes you go, oh man, how much of Bianca do we not know? Because in a sense we're in the same position as Donnie. You know, we don't know that much because Donnie never talked to Bianca about that kind of stuff. And it's, I guess now we gotta talk about Leon and just what an absolute shitty life Donnie had as a kid.
Yeah.
So before Creed 1, before Marianne took Donnie in and he was sent to juvenile hall and all that, Donnie was being sent to multiple group homes, and you know, it seemed like the main cause of why he never could stay in a group home was because, you know, he always got into fights. And so the story with Leon is the group home that Leon ran was not a good one.
Happy one.
Not a happy one. They never showed you. Well, okay, so they showed you, but it was only like real quick glimpses of like what it went on. But you got the gist of it, like with the voiceover and stuff. Long story short, Leon abused his kids. He abused his kids, which then that makes sense why Dame and Donnie are the way they are. But also, gives you a sense of why Donnie viewed Dame as like his only like protector at the time, because they were in the same group home with Leon, and it's very clear that, and so what happened was eventually, after that, cut to by the time that Donnie's now living with Marianne. So the thing is, when by the time Donnie's with Marianne, so the thing he still hangs out with Dame though, and the thing the two of them like to do is they like to sneak out at night and go boxing, underground boxing, and the thing was Donnie was like the corner man for Damien. Damien was the one doing all the fighting. And so so the thing is what happened was after one fight that Dame won, they were gonna go celebrate, and then they bumped into Leon again. Now they're not in his group home anymore, but they bumped into him again, and understandably Donnie not
Donnie
happy.
ain't happy.
Yeah, understandably, because you're literally meeting face to face with your abuser. So Donnie does the one thing he always seems to, it seems like the one thing he's only good at. Fighting. He starts fighting Leon. He starts beating him up. And then when, some of Leon's kids start getting up on Donnie, that's when Dame pulls out the gun.
The gun you actually see right when Donnie's looking through the bag to get the money.
I don't think so. Like the thing is, I don't think the gun was ever supposed to be like they planned on meeting Leon and using the gun in that situation, which begs the question: why did Dame have the gun in the first place? Well, what was he gonna do with it? So, when you bring up questions like that, it really makes it go, yeah, Dame, even though he was Donnie's older brother, he's not a good role model. There's even from the get-go, there's a lot of...
Donnie says it himself, me and Dame weren't angels.
Yeah.
We didn't deserve to be up like that.
Yeah. And so when the cops came, Donnie ran, but he left Dame behind to get arrested. And the thing is, though, Donnie, he wasn't responsible for anything that happened. Well, he was kind of responsible for starting the fight, but he wasn't. Dame getting arrested for pulling the gun was not Donnie's fault.
Dame pulled the gun.
Dame pulled a gun. Damon could have broken up the fight in any other way, but instead he chose to pull out the gun. And so, and throughout the movie, everyone's telling Donnie, what happened shouldn't be on you. That's not your fault. You gotta let go. And so, yeah, Donnie's childhood was not a fun childhood. I was thinking also another thing was I think also just another interesting choice of directing from Michael B. Jordan was how I think it was during the training montage, when Donnie's flashing back. There's this kind of interesting scene where he's running, but then there's this focus of a long shadow following after Donnie. So symbolism, imagery, and all that. Which I go, that's pretty nifty. That's pretty neato. interesting choice. I kind of like it. There's like things like that. That's also just another example. Like just Michael B. Jordan's directorial style is, is different compared to what we saw in the previous Creed movies, but it's a good kind of different. You like it. You like this kind of different. Yeah, it's just not a happy childhood for Donnie. And so, and kind of at the same time, you don't have to agree with Dame, but you can see what, where Dame's coming from. Like imagine that, you told Donnie that your dream is you're going to become a boxer. A professional boxer. And then your brother you tell this to, your dream to, leaves you behind. And years later you find out he's living that very dream. Understandably, you're going to be a little, upset.
To say the least.
Yeah, to say the least. So it's, again, you don't have to agree with Dame, but you kind of understand where he's coming from. In Dame's eyes, Donnie kind of stole his dream. There's also another thing. There's actually another scene. Actually, real quick, I want to mention. Kind of reminded me a bit of Rocky 3. It was when Donnie first invited Damien over for dinner at their house, and he's showing, and they're touring like that whole like that trophy belt room that Donnie has in his mansion, and how it's like Donnie's telling Damien like, hey, this didn't come overnight. This was hard work and all that. And then, but that same scene though, in the beginning, what reminded me of Rocky 3 was when Damon's like, look, this is pretty cool, but look at you now. You'll become domesticated. Hey, the woman run this house. I just live in it. But Nick, that line reminded me of Rocky 3 Mickey. You became the worst thing that could happen to a fighter.
You became
civilized. So, I was like when I heard that, my mind immediately went to Rocky 3. So, I don't think I need to use the bummed out PNG anymore. I'm not as sad anymore, but like this like all of that, like just everything we just talked about all kind of culminates, into that final match with Donnie versus Dame, because that's the only way you're gonna stop Damien from doing what he's doing. You gotta fight him and you gotta beat him, and so now that fight was very interesting because I don't think, because again, we've never seen this kind of stuff in any of the previous Creed or Rocky movies, with how they chose to go with this fight. But at the same time, it's also interesting how it's also a really good visual way for the audience to get inside both Donnie and Dame's heads when they're fighting. How it's really interesting, like how just also another quick little detail, like another really cool thing they did, like to help you get inside the heads of the fighters, was like when the guys when the ref is going over the rules, whatever, with the two fighters, everything kind of zones out, like the audio kind of muffles out, and the only thing that matters is just the two fighters just staring at each other, like you're going down, no, you're going down. So that's pretty cool. How that's a really cool way to show, like help you get in the heads of these guys. And then that big fight with Dame versus Donnie at the end, that they really visually wanted to show you them going inside what's going on inside their minds, not just in the ring, where how it's interesting how everything around them starts zoning out, and then eventually when the bell rings, it's just an empty ring, empty stadium, an empty ring with just them.
I think this is my favorite fight in the movie, just because
Yeah.
it really shows what it's like being. I'm not a boxer, but I have to imagine this is what it's like for a boxer in the ring. Like, that's all they really are seeing is
It's just
them.
your opponent. And how, like, but not only that, like, how visually, like, it shows that, like, they're going through a lot, you know, their past trauma and stuff, like, how, you know, like, how the net of the ring will all of a sudden turn into, you know, jail cell bars. You know, how...
Also something like, while jail cell bars, that's when Dame is on the offensive and Donnie needs to be on the, and that switches to the punching bag from the home when Donnie's on the offensive.
Yeah.
And Dame's offensive.
Yeah. So it's like it was really interesting how, you know, how they really want to show visually what was going on in their minds, you know. So you know so yes, they fought in front of a green screen, but at the same time, you know, like, it doesn't really matter. It works. It works. You need to, you know, really home in that, you know, it's just them against them. And then that whole thing ends with a Dragon Ball reference.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Dragon Ball reference.
When I heard when Michael B. Jordan said that certain punch from Dragon Ball Z was coming up, I was like, when is it showing up? When's it showing up? When's it showing up? Boom! There we go. I was waiting for it.
What was I think it said, like, it was like, you know, like, hey, I think it was like, he said, like, you know, like, he took a lot of inspiration from, you know, certain anime, how, like, he said, like, in behind, like, interviews, like, you know, like, One Punch in particular, he was really inspired by anime, and you remember you were telling me, like, I know exactly what he's talking about.
Yes.
Hold on, did you DM it to that, like, did you ever, like, DM that to me or stuff, like, when we were talking about it, or, like,
I think it's at least in Kino.
Kino? I'll look for it later. But, like, I know what you're talking about, though. Like, it's like, oh, there we go, Dragon Ball reference. It's like, I get that now. That's pretty cool. So, yeah, just so, just like, it was really visually interesting, and just overall, just I really liked it.
Yeah, that fight was awesome.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I didn't find it in the back room or in Kino, but I found the image searching it up.
What wasn't that hard, wasn't it? It wasn't a hard search, I'm assuming.
Not really, but it's like,
when there's an iconic Dragon Ball punch, there's very few that are
I just typed in Dragon Ball punch each other, and then it was literally the first result.
I mean,
Yeah, I was like, hey, that's pretty cool. They got a Dragon Ball reference in there. Okay. And there's also that, like, whole thing, like, where Dame punched Donnie so hard in the in the abdomen area. You can see this. You can see the sweat fly off his back. Yeah, I was like, ooh. Like that's the thing. This movie when Michael B. Jordan when it came to directing fights, he really wanted to visually show, you know, like what's going on. Like you know, it's not like it's really interesting. Like he show how he directs it. He shows, you know, like what's going on in their minds. And visually he shows you, like, you know, like little hints of what they're thinking, and then also like certain slow-mo scenes that really emphasize, you know, the impact of the hit. And I just realized we never talked about the training scene. You know what it is? You know what it is? It's because as much as I like that training sequence, it didn't have fighting stronger. That's what it is. It didn't have fighting hard, fighting stronger and harder. It didn't have that, but we already talked about the music though. Well, real quick, the training scene. Guess who came back?
Yeah.
First
Victor.
thing I want to say is you gotta love that Donnie's made peace with pretty much all of his former opponents.
Yeah, like Ricky's. They even said, like, in the beginning, like in the beginning of the movie, at that point in both their careers, they were considered rivals. This is like, you know, and his longtime rival, pretty Ricky Conlon. It's like, hey, that's pretty cool. They consider each other rivals now. And then you could say, you know, like, that's also kind of the relationship going on with Victor as well. Like it's like Victor side is like, hey, you good for this, Victor? It's like, good enough to beat the champ. But it's like they're teasing each other, but then, you know, like one thing that I think kind of got me was when Donnie, you know, he was taking a beating from Victor, but, you know, ultimately that was, you know, because, you know, he was training. And when Donnie took off his headgear to box Victor, he was like, hey, come on, I'm not done yet. I swear, I think I saw Victor smile, like, yeah, that's what I want.
It was when Donnie punched him and got Victor to bleed that Victor smiled, like, because it was like after you know, Donnie was like, it was like, there we go, that's the guy I'm looking for. That's the guy.
When, like that, that's when he smiles, like, yeah, come on. Like, I also think it's also a smart choice to have Victor, because, like, at least as far as we know, watching the previous Creed movies, Victor was Donnie's, you know, toughest opponent. So to have, you know, like, your previous toughest opponent come back to you, and, you know, in a sense, Victor kind of was like Apollo there. You know, the former guy you lost to, you lost to, or beat, or whatever, coming back to help you train. It's like, it's a little bit of that Apollo Rocky going on. Oh, actually, real quick, I should have mentioned this before we got into the whole, you know, fight with Dame versus Donnie. Speaking of Rocky still kind of rubbing off on Donnie, what really got me was how, even though Rocky's not here, there's still moments where you could tell, like he's still with Donnie in spirit. And when Donnie's pumping himself up in the locker room, doing the whole mantra from Creed 1, one step, one punch, one round at a time. One step, one punch, one round at a time. I was smiling, like, yeah, Creed 1 with Rocky. Rocky's still with Donnie. So, like, even though he's not there, Rocky's influence is still with Donnie. One step, one punch, one round at a time. No, that was so cool. Oh, and also, I guess I should mention this. Donnie continues to be the one guy who's able to avoid the rule of don't put on a show or you'll lose. Because I remember Damien when he was fighting Felix. You know, he came out. It was just, you know, a little rap music and everyone's booing, and then Felix starts, fucking smoke goes everywhere, like a mask and ladies and all that. I was like, I immediately knew. Oh no, why'd you put on a show? You're gonna lose.
You know what it is? It's not so much that you're putting on a show. It's gotta make sure you don't put as big as a show as the other guy. But again, I guess that breaks with Creed 2. Because one of my favorite things in the movie, like during Creed, is when Dame gets in the ring, and like when he's doing the jump around, he like he was like like ganging Donnie's face.
Yeah.
I like that.
You know, actually, I would argue Donnie put on a bigger show in Creed 3 because, like, the fireworks literally spelling out in the sky his name's like, it's like, okay, Donnie's the one guy who can avoid the rule of don't put on a show. Because at the end of the day, that is the difference between Creed and Rocky. Like, both Creeds, Donnie and Apollo, they're showmen. They like putting on a show. That's always the one thing those two will have in common with father and son. They're showmen. They like putting on a show, while Rocky was a lot more humble.
Yeah.
But I just I don't know. Oh, and then I guess I feel like I said all I need to say about the fight with Donnie and Dame. I know it sounds like I didn't say much about it, but I feel like that kind of fight is worth more watching than talking about, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because there's so much more that you get watching it than just me describing it.
Yeah.
Now you've been kind of silent, man. You got anything to say?
I don't got much to add. You guys are driving the conversation very well.
Yeah, but we like your input as well, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. It's like,
what was your favorite scene with Donnie and Dame?
what do you got? Honestly, I like the argument they have on the Stephen A. Smith show.
That was great.
Is that how it's gonna be? You wanna run it? Run it! Run it! Let's see, what else? After the fight, I swear, Nick, recently I feel like someone out there has been on our brain wavelengths. Because remember when we said we really wish that locker scene in Creed 2 wasn't cut out? Someone must have fucking listened, because they had a locker scene in Creed 3. I was like, someone is on our wavelength. Who is on our wavelengths recently, man? Last night we were watching Earthspark, the latest episode of Earth Transformers Earthspark. We're like, oh my gosh, someone is on our wavelength. They really. It's like, what is going on? But there's that whole scene with Dame and Donnie in the locker room. How, it was just them making peace with each other. and how like ultimately Dame himself said, we were kids. It was just kids back then, and it doesn't matter now. It's like they were able to finally make peace with each other. Oh, actually, another really kind of interesting thing was how in jumping back to before Felix and Dame fought, how in that locker room there, how when Donnie and Dame were talking, as they were heading out, it was really cool visual representation there, like a really cool visual divide between them, like the wall between them as they're both walking out. Like it's such a simple, like obvious, like visual representation of what they're feeling, but it works. I feel like that's actually, I think that's kind of how I describe Michael B. Jordan's directing. Like, there are a lot of scenes here where, like, if it very
on the nose, but it works.
It's very on the nose, but it works really well. It's very effective with what it does. Like you right away you understand, oh, the wall between them, that's supposed to visually represent, a divide growing between these two brothers. You understand it right away, but it works. And so like, okay, I get that. That's pretty cool. I made this joke earlier, Nick. I kind of wish you were here or when I said it, because no one else got it. But if I had a nickel for every time I watched something with well, no, it wasn't a nickel joke. I made the joke. I watched 2 things made by Michael B. Jordan that was inspired by his love for anime. One of them was made by a shitty company. It wasn't so great. And the other one was Creed 3. Rooster Teeth fucking sucks.
Changus, I think you right now, you are the first person in years to mention Genlock.
Fucking Genlock, man. I only watched the first season, and I'm gonna be honest, that was a really mid to mediocre experience. But mostly it was just because Rooster Teeth is just a fucking terrible production company. It I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I should do a 2 cents on Rooster Teeth, but I feel like everyone's said enough already about Rooster Teeth on the internet that I don't know what else to say other than just Rooster Teeth's just a fucking shitty ass production company, to the point that how the fuck are they still doing Ruby? Because all their animators quit their jobs. It's like, how are you're still gonna do more Ruby, but all your animators quit? Okay, whatever. Hey, you wanna run your show to the deathbed? Okay, fine. As if it wasn't already in there.
Nothing makes sense anymore in these swamp monster times.
I don't know, but like I said, the other anime-inspired thing that was made by Michael B. Jordan was this movie Creed 3, and I'm happy to say that this was fantastic. I'm gonna watch this movie again, and it just, again, like my favorite. I guess just to end it off, because it was the final scene. My favorite scene with Amara was just the end, where she's pretending she's pretending to spar with Donnie, and then when she gets on top of him and raises the bell, it's like, yeah, it's like, and then it's like, oh, that's adorable, and then Donnie lifts her up on the shoulder, like, yeah, we have a new champion, let's go. Like, oh, that was cute. Also, I'm complete with Donnie. I'm complete with Donnie. Fuck that blonde girl. You know what? Fuck her. Amara had every right to fucking knock her between her teeth. Fuck her. She had no right to fucking rip up her drawing there. Nah.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Nah.
Also, just the scene where Amara is like, what are you doing here? I was cleaning.
It's like, oh, you were cleaning, or are you sure you weren't? And then and then there's that whole scene where Donnie's teaching Amara how to throw a punch. It's like, you know what this is? It's like it's a straight run. It's like, it's just like, that's how you took down Wheeler. It's like, oh, so you were watching that fight? Maybe.
No, she goes, I've watched all your fights.
Oh yeah. I forget exactly what it was, but like I think like I remember like Don's like it'll be our secret. Don't tell Uncle Duke.
I thought it was don't tell mom.
I think he also said don't tell Duke as well. But I was like,
I think it was don't tell mom because, you know, she's the one who doesn't really want
Right.
Amara to.
right, just
There's
Amara's
so much. Amara's fantastic. I
Amara's
love her.
great. She's amazing. I'm not gonna lie, Nick. Like before I went to movie, when you told me that there was a scene that made you emotional, my first thought was immediately, oh, what happened to Amara? Cause I know how much
It wasn't Amara.
it wasn't Amara.
You can guess what it was. You can guess what
I
it
know.
was.
But the thing was at the time, cause I know how much in Creed 2 everything with Amara really hit close with you.
Not so much that she's deaf.
Hmm.
It's more of the fear of passing on something that you don't want your kids to inherit.
Hmm. Right, because I know about you. You're half deaf. So you're.
And that's due to like medical reasons or something. I don't know.
You say was
it's
it
not
your
in-
left ear
it's
or
not-
right ear?
left ear. It's not genetic, so I have no worries there. But there's other stuff.
Hmm. But just after that whole conversation, I remember when we were talking about when we were watching Creed 2, when you said there was a scene that made you cry, I was like, oh no, what happened to Amara? But then, oh man, it was somehow just as bad.
It's worse.
It was Marianne. But just overall, this is I think this is the strongest Creed installment, at least to me. To me, it's the strongest Creed installment.
I think Creed 2 is a bit stronger, but like this movie's fucking phenomenal, fantastic, even better the second time. I say.
I think. So was it like ranking again? So like to me, again it's like it's Creed 3, and then Creed 1 and 2 are tied underneath. But I guess then if I were to put it with the other Rocky movies,
That's difficult, isn't it?
I still think Rocky 1 is. I think
That's just an.
it's just an obvious, but like
It's unfair competition.
it's unfair. It's like because at the end of the day, the Creed movies aren't trying to be Rocky. At least this one. This movie was definitely trying its best to be its own
Yeah, I
thing.
think that's definitely the strongest aspect is this movie.
Yeah. So I
feel like Donnie's on his own. Like this is officially Donnie's movie
yeah. So I guess
without any like thing from like Apollo or Rocky, anything. It's Donnie.
yeah. I guess like so just alone as Creed again like Creed 3 and then Creed 1 and 2 underneath, but they're tied. But I think now that I think about it, I think maybe like if we're just considering Rocky, like along with other Rocky movies, so Rocky 1 and then maybe Rocky Balboa and then the Creed movies. But then You know what? Fuck. I'm just gonna steal your game and tie Rocky Balboa and Rocky 2 together.
Yeah.
Rocky 2 and Rocky Balboa are the same place. They're tied together, and then it would be the Creed movies, and then Rocky 3, and then 5, and then 4. And again, not because Rocky 4, I don't hate Rocky 4, it's just, I personally think, the Rocky 5, in my opinion, kind of liked it a little better because it was a lot more personal, but then again, then again, if we watch the director's cut of Rocky 4, that could change.
Yeah.
Because now that we know that how Sly wanted a lot more personal with Rocky 4, it could change.
Yeah.
We gotta watch the Rocky 4's director cut. But overall, that's how I feel about this movie.
It's really fantastic. James, well, this could just be me, like, going back to the training montage when Donnie's like, going, thinking about, flashing back to everything.
Yeah.
When he takes off the safety helmet, I like to think that's him finally, like, he's done shielding himself from the...
Yeah. Again, it's another example of it's the visual representation. It's on the nose, but it works. It's effective. And you know what? I think that's what matters at the end of the day. Like, I think if it works and it's effective, then who cares if it's on the nose?
Yeah. Also, night, Chelsea.
Oh, good night, Chelsea.
Good night, Chelsea.
And there's so much I could talk about this movie. It's like, I definitely feel like we're gonna have to do an addendum when this gets to physical.
Probably gonna watch it again. I think we could do like a lunch break on. We could do a lunch break on Creed 3.
James, the thumbnail is just us in the locker room.
Ah.
Hey, I think also another thing where Rocky's spirit is with Donnie. Donnie makes up with people.
That's right.
Manages to do something
without Rocky's help.
Yeah. Not only did he make up with Ricky, fucking Victor.
Yeah.
But he was also able to make amends and
with
reunite
Dame.
the friendship with Dame.
Yeah, because at the end, it's like, hey man, if you ever need, if you never need help, you know who to, what to call.
And they do their little friend.
Yeah, their little handshake.
Yeah. Even better, Dame's the one that initiates it.
Yeah. You know what? I think that just makes me love Rocky even more. How even though he's not there, his influence is that strong.
Yeah.
Rocky Balboa, I think it might be one of my favorite fictional characters.
Same.
Like, where would I rank him now? Shit, where would I rank him on fictional characters? I feel like he's up there with Optimus Prime. That's how much I love Rocky now.
Rocky's fantastic.
Yeah, just I love the character of Rocky Balboa, and you know what? I'm honestly okay that now they're trying to do stuff without Rocky, because because Rocky's story is done.
I wouldn't mind if he does at least make a cameo. That's all I want is a cameo just showing.
I think it's just. I think with me though, it's just if they do go through as Rocky 7 like they said they would, I'm just gonna say this: that better be a really damn good movie. that makes it worth continuing a story, because his story is done. So it better be
Yeah.
really worth continuing a story. It better be a
Yeah.
damn good movie.
Yeah.
So,
Going back to Dame, there's parallels with Dame and Bianca.
okay.
Yeah, because you could definitely hear the connections obviously made like when they talk at the party. Like the idea of like, because Bianca, due to her progressive hearing loss, at this point she can't perform anymore.
Right.
So the best she can do is make
It's
songs
produce.
for other people. Yeah. So it's like it's like he even flat says it's like seeing someone else live your life.
Yeah.
And even and Bianca's not even fully happy with it, or at least it was hard for her to do it because it's like she says, emotions don't come easy for me. It was hard. It's like, I mean, it's got giving up boxing's probably had to have been hard for Don.
Yeah. Which I think that also just goes back to, again, what I was talking about with Rocky and Creed before. Every time we talk about these movies, it seems like a really core theme of these movies and this franchise is the idea of being a fighter, what it means to be a fighter.
Yeah.
And how, like, Donnie's kind of going through his moment of, like, what does it mean to be a fighter when you can no longer fight?
Yeah.
And so it's kind of interesting how, like, it seems like this movie's like, and they even kind of go with a little bit with Amara too. So it's like, it's just overall just, I really like this movie, man.
Yeah, this movie's fantastic.
I really like this movie. So I
This
don't know.
is my favorite film of the year so far. Granted, there's not a lot of competition, but still.
Shit, what movies have come out this year that I've watched? I actually need to start making the list. Actually, let me get that right now. Actually, let me pull up the Google Drive and all that.
I said myself, like, it's funny how the movies I've seen in January and February that I legitimately really like are just movies that are finally making their way into theaters this year. Like, because Infinity Pool, Infinity Pool, The Bunker, Leno M. They're all movies that came out in 2022. This is Creed 3 is legitimately the first movie that came out in the year of our Lord 2023. That I consider very good and worth checking.
Yeah, definitely. This movie's awesome.
Hey, God, what? I'm trying to check what. Wait, no. Wait. Was The Whale technically last year? Or was it this year?
Yeah.
Wait. The Whale is technically last year. But I never got to watch it until this year, though. You know what? I'm gonna count it on my list just cause I watched it this year. The Whale. You know, like I said, in that case, I'll just make, instead of like last time movies that came out this year, I'll just make a list of movies I've seen this year. So Creed 3, The Whale, and I guess all the other Rocky and Creed movies. So there's that.
It's
Oh, and then I also gotta count it. I guess in that case, the Transformers movies. The Last Night is probably gonna go on the bottom of the list.
That's a very thought change. Fuck, I realize. I realize I have to help you with that.
We're gonna have to watch Transformers: The Last Night again with the constant shifting aspect ratios, like every 5 seconds.
Yeah. Anyway, it's so awesome to see Donnie and Victor become very close friends, even after everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's and just I think that was like the first time Victor smiled. Is that freaky? I could misremember a little bit at the end, but like
I wouldn't. Yeah, it's when he's bleeding.
Yeah, it's because there we go. Now he's getting into the spirit. This is the guy who's gonna beat Dame.
Yeah. This is the guy I fought. So yeah, nice. Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything else you want to say before like we're done with like spoilers and like move on and stuff like?
There's probably thousands things I could say, but I don't. But like, let's just say this movie's so good that I could talk hours about it. But I think I got the important stuff out of the way.
All right. Then I guess we're done with spoiler talk now. But I'm glad we're talking about Creed because now I think that's a good the Rocky-a-thon is over, which means it's a good segue into just looking at this franchise in retrospect in general.
What an amazing franchise.
Oh, were you gonna say not?
I was just gonna say, unfortunately, I think this is where the road ends here for me.
You can no longer travel the Silk Road with us.
Yeah. Send me a postcard, guys, when you reach China.
Okay. Dang, this is like when Apollo died in Rocky IV. I've only cried during 2 sports-related events. When Ivan Drago killed Apollo Creed in the ring, and when Chubbs was accidentally killed by Happy Gilmore. It's one of my favorite lines in any video.
Alright. Have a good night, Nod.
Have a good night, guys.
Alright. But yeah, just now that the Rocky-a-thon's over, I guess this is technically now our lunch break. I guess it's now a lunch break.
What a fucking phenomenal franchise. Not a single bad film in this.
No.
I think.
I agree. I don't think there's ever been a bad film. You know, actually, since Not's gone, let me move your PNG up a little closer. Fuck it. Sit closer to me.
I wish there were like that little screeching noise like in SpongeBob.
Oh, like just like.
Yeah, like I'm scooting my seat over.
Yeah. But like, yeah, this franchise is amazing.
It's off topic really quick.
Okay.
But great idea for future, like anything when streaming. Whenever you need to move a PNG, it'd be awesome for some reason why you move it. Just heavy metal plays like it's like a grand like phenomenal thing that you're doing, but it's just moving the. And it stops as soon as you're done moving it.
I actually like the idea. I actually really like the idea. I'm gonna fucking like look up like Doom music or something.
Do the fucking like hibernation week music.
But I just overall, this is one of my favorite movie franchises now.
Oh yeah. I Chance, I loved these movies before we did this. I love them even more now.
Like, Rocky's just amazing. The character,
The movies.
everything's great. Just like, what? God, we've been talking about Rocky all this time. Now I don't know what to say anymore.
I guess I could give some a couple interesting facts. Fun fact: you know how in Creed 3, Dane was considered older than Donnie?
Uh-huh.
In real life, Jonathan Majors is 2 years younger than Michael B. Jordan.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. And going to Ricky really quick. Fun fact: did you know Tony Bello is actually half black?
Really?
Yeah, wouldn't know it.
So Ricky Conlon is half black.
Also, fun fact: you know the back in Creed when Ricky got mad and punched the guy at the weigh-in.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually based on a real life incident.
Huh.
Where David Hay punched Tony Bello.
Huh.
Who would go on to Tony Bello, who would go on to play Pretty Ricky Conlon.
Ha! That's pretty cool. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, he goes from punched to punching.
He goes from punch to punching. Wow. That's pretty fun. Yes. Man, just... Okay, I don't know what else to say. Like, I feel like we've said so much about Rocky that at this point it's like... I don't know what's just... I guess I don't know. It's not even much of a retrospective at this point because I feel like we've
epilogue.
Yeah, just like well, like, okay, like let me ask you something, Nick. Like, I guess let me ask you this, Nick. So, what was your first experience with Rocky?
I guess it would be when I went to my uncle's house. He actually had the original he had VHS tapes in like a box set with the first 5 films. And I thought, oh, that's interesting.
Oh.
And then I saw the Family Guy, and then a lot of my pop culture osmosis, like knowledge, usually my roots find that I probably saw a Family Guy clip that made me go, oh, okay, that's what they're making fun of.
Yeah.
I gotta do what I gotta do. But there's no oxygen on Mars.
Yeah, there's no oxygen.
The
Martian wants to fight. You'll get a fight. You're 60 years old, Rock. You can't win.
Hey, look at
Rocky Bobby with all the money. That also gets me. Hey, look at Rocky Bobby with all his money.
Things that just occurred to me while Swerve and Express will be, have that one scene where he's the Spider Rico.
Mm-hmm.
Most times it's gonna be the Polly. Changus, at one point, when the Autobots becoming, get more famous, I just want Swerve riding in a Segway. Hey, look at what I bought with all our money.
Hey, look what I bought with all of the professor's money. I still like wrote that how it's like a background. It's mostly a background to you how the reason why the Autobots can what funds the Autobots like daily shenanigans is they're just mooching off of Professor Suntak's money. Swerve, how much does Segway cost? I don't know. I told him to build a receipt to Professor Sumdak. I'm gonna go talk to him. But I just yeah, I just what else? Okay, so I guess like for me, I don't remember how. I don't remember how, but I know for a fact that the first Rocky movie I ever watched was Rocky 4.
Okay.
I watched Rocky 4, and then pretty much that was like my main experience with that was my main experience. Chelsea, I thought you were going to bed. Chelsea, I thought you were going to bed. You're putting in Nightbot commands in the chat. I thought you were going to bed, Chelsea.
Chingus, keep talking. I'll be right back.
Okay. No, don't apologize, Chelsea. No, Chelsea, don't be sorry. I'm just saying how I thought. I took it as you were going. When you said goodnight, I took it as you were going to bed. I was like, oh, all right, have a good night, Chelsea. It's like, oh no, you're still here. Oh, okay. She's still here, everyone. But I remember, yeah, my first Rocky movie was Rocky 4, and I remember like I had a ball with that movie. I think it was on TV. I think it was on TV when I watched it. That's maybe with my dad. Cause that's how I used to like watch a lot of movies. I used to watch a lot of movies with my dad on TV. We watched like a lot of stuff. I kind of missed that, but he's really busy lately. So, but oh well. So I remember we used to watch a lot of stuff on TV. So I think we watched Rocky 4 together. So that was my first experience with Rocky, and then I don't know. I remember eventually then, I watched all the Rocky movies, but then that was kind of it for a while. But then I remember though watching Creed. Fun fact: I never watched I never watched all the Creed movies in theaters. This is actually the first Creed movie I ever watched in theater. I think it was because I think my main experience was it was something along the lines of oh hey, this movie is I guess sequel sort of to Rocky 3. Oh, now I remember. Oh wait, no, wait, hold on. I gotta tell Nick this when he comes back. Nick, come back! Chat with me, guys. Chelsea, I know you're in the chat. You're the only one typing right now. Chat with me. Nick, come back. Nick, come back. Nick, come back. Nick, come back. I need you to come back. I gotta tell you this, Nick, because turns out Rocky 4 wasn't the first movie I watched. Nick, come back. Nick, come back. Nick, come back. Nick, come back. If we keep chatting, maybe it'll get his attention. Nick, come back. 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 Nicholas, come back. Nicholas, come back. When will you return? I need to make an addendum to what I told you. Rocky 4 was not the first Rocky movie. Rocky 4 was not the first movie I watched. Turns out it was wrong. Nick, come back. 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 Why have you abandoned me? Oh, why have you abandoned me? Oh, why? Nick eating? Nah, he most likely went to use the restroom. Hurry up and pee. Hurry up peeing. Hurry up, pooping. Wash your hands. Wash your hands. Wash your hands. Chant with me. Wash your hands. Wash your hands. Lava sus hermanos. Don't worry, Roger. I'll save you. Lava sus las manos. Nick, come back. Nick, come back. Nick, come back. Oh, Nick, come back. Nick, come back. Nick, come back. Oh, will you come back? Will you come back, Nick? Nicholas, come back. Nicholas, come back. Why are the viewers increasing as I sing? Why weren't you here when I was talking about Creed 3? Nick, come back. Nick, come back. Nick, come back. Nick, come back. Come on, Nick. I want you to come back. I gotta tell you an important thing. Nicholas. Zeno Nick. Zeno Nick, come back. Zeno Nick. Zeno Nick, come back. Zeno Nick. Zeno Nick, come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. Can you all of me walk into my mystery? Why did I go into Shadow the Hedgehog? Nicholas, can't you see? Without you, I'm just singing, walking Sonic reference. I am Sonic reference. I am singing Sonic. Come on, Nick. I just need you come back, Nick. I made a mistake. Turns out Rocky 4 was not the first movie. It wasn't that one. I need to tell you that I gotta fix my mistake. But I can't sing too loud. Otherwise, I'm gonna wake up everyone in this house and they're gonna be mad at me. But then again, they're probably mad at me already. Come on, Nick. I'm not gonna stop until you come back. Come back, otherwise I'm gonna keep singing. Come on. Zeno, Nick, come back. I made a mistake. Turns out Rocky 4 was not the first movie that I ever watched from this franchise. I gotta tell you the right one. Right one, right Rocky movie. That's right, Chelsea. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. I took 1 step forward, telling Nick that Rocky 4 was my first Rocky movie, but it turns out I have to take 2 steps backward. Turns out I made a mistake. When will he come back? This is not a solo stream, Nick. This is not a solo stream. This is not a solo stream anymore. This is a podcast, a collaborative effort. He's not coming back. Oh man, we've been left all alone. I guess I'm gonna have to just be with... You love the reaction I said you were going to bed? Because I thought you were going to bed, Chelsea. You're like, good night. So I took that as, oh, she's going to bed. It's like, well, no, you started typing in Nightbot commands in the chat. I was like, oh my gosh, she's still awake. It's like Transformers Age of Extinction. You know, Hound's like, you know, when Optimus returns, like, he's back! He's alive! It's like with Chelsea, she's back! She's alive! The Chelsea is here! Your party bunny? The party bunny is here! Bone, bone, boom, 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 boom.
I guess we're moving on to Transformers now?
Oh, now you're back. I was singing in chat by time, but Nick, so turns out I was wrong. Why did the viewer drop as soon as Nick came back?
Wow, okay. I see how it is.
Why is it that you guys weren't here when we were talking about Creed 3, but as soon as I start singing about Nick coming back, you come?
Wow, okay.
I guess I need to do karaoke streams then, however that's gonna work. Who knows?
Wow.
No, but so Nick, it turns out I remembered it wrong. So Rocky 4 wasn't actually the first Rocky movie I watched. It was Rocky Balboa.
Okay.
That's just what I need to tell you when you came back. I need to come back just to tell you. Turns out, no, it was Rocky Balboa that I first watched. And then it was Rocky 4. Because I remember what got me to watch Rocky Balboa was so you know how in like school, like sometimes they'll have like motivational, like your teachers will give you like some sort of like motivational talk or something. So I remember I think it was like my band teacher in junior high school. He just straight up just played that video like as like a motivation thing, just for, you know, like, because, you know, it's like that's what it's like your generic motivation thing for just to play for the students, to get them like your first day of class, and like, this is what you're expecting for class. You gotta work hard. You gotta keep moving forward. And I didn't remember any of that. But then like a few years later on YouTube, I found that clip of, you know, Rocky's speech. I was like, oh. And I was like, you know, I might check out Rocky Balboa. Never got around to it until I watched it with my dad on TV. Was like, oh, it's Rocky Balboa. Okay.
Yes, my son. It is the Rocky Balboa movie.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of wish that's actually how my dad spoke. I actually kind of prefer if my dad spoke like a stereotypical, if he sounded like Mr. Wong from Norbit. Just
remind me of a Chinese snuff film I want to go starring.
I have a terrible joke to say now about.
Do it.
When first thing that happened when I was born. Ah, shit. I don't know. What's the stereotypical name for my mom?
Ling Ling.
Ling. Ah, shit. Ling Ling. It's a girl.
Prepare yourself for Yak. Yak very hard to come by.
Oh wait, no, never mind, Ling Ling. It's not girl. He just have very tiny pee-pee.
I thought that was tail for a moment.
But then it occurred to me, why tail on the front end? It should be on back end. Unless waist has turned around. Oh no, birth defect.
Ling Ling, child has reverse anus.
But yeah, so it was actually Rocky Balboa, and then I think I watched Rocky 4 in class, like for like because sometimes when you know how sometimes in class when your teacher's too lazy to teach, they just say, okay, watch a movie instead.
Most based reason.
Yeah, so I think that's when, after watching Rocky Balboa, I watched Rocky 4. And then...
My favorite movies are The Dirty Dozen and the first
20 minutes of Rocky 4.
My favorite movies are Gladiator and the first 20 minutes of Rocky 4.
So yeah, so like just that was my first experience with Rocky, and then eventually, you know, I ended up watching all the Rocky movies, but then I forget, were you here when I said that I don't remember if I told you, were you here when I said this, because you left. Did I tell you that Creed 3 was actually technically the first Creed movie I watched in theaters?
No, I didn't, wasn't there for that, but guess what? Same for me.
Alright.
But you knew that, because, when, we first
right,
saw...
because you watched all the Rocky movies, but you never saw the Creed movies.
I never saw Rocky 5 and Balboa, so, and, you know, the Creed movie, so we basically spent a couple nights going through those before we did,
I think that was the main idea for the Rocky-a-thon, for us to watch it. I do remember though, I did show you the Creed 1 and Creed 2, And I remember like the first time you're like, I was like, so what you're saying? I was like, why didn't I see this before?
That was a magical night, Changus. Those are fantastic. These movies in general are fan-fucking-tastic.
They're great. They're wonderful. I love all the Rocky movies. It's just. So yeah, like I don't know. The much shorter topic actually in hindsight, because we were pretty much already said, but like I think just to top it all off, it just again like as when it comes to ranking these movies, just actually you know what, okay, I got one thing to end it up. I'll really quick over the rankings. It's just Rocky, and then Balboa and Rocky 2 are tied together for second place, and then it's the Creed movies where it's Creed 3 and then Creed 1 and 2 tied together. And then after that, Rocky 3, then 5, then 4. But, so I have to ask Nick, when we watched the director's cut, do you want to consider that separate from Rocky 4?
I was gonna consider it separate.
Okay. So, you know, it could be, Rocky 4 could be on the bottom, but then, you know, as far as we know, maybe Rocky 4, the director's cut could, like, all of a sudden, I don't know, let's say, like, who knows, maybe it's possible, it could, like, take, like, Rocky 3's position, or even surpass the Creed movies.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There's also a cut of Rocky 5.
Oh.
It's not the best quality, but it's there.
Okay. But yeah, like that's just my overall ranking. Like so. Oh, you go to sleep for real this time, Chelsea? All right, have a good night for real. This
Night.
Jesus, or at least try.
Matchstick. Man, what if Matchstick just jumped in right now? I can't sleep.
He always does that. It's just like, I'm going. I couldn't sleep. All right, take a shot.
We should do a form 2 cent street game. Like we list off all our running stuff. Oh my god, everyone's gonna get get liver poisoning every time. Everyone needs to take a shot whenever I mention a Family Guy joke.
For a time, very short period of time, I actually did have a mini fridge in my room. But I don't have it in my room anymore. Long story short, when my grandmother moved over, my parents were like, okay, give her the mini fridge. Okay, and, it's grandma. We gotta make her comfortable. All right, here you go, Granny. Here's the mini fridge. But I don't know. I don't know. Part of me wants to save up for a mini fridge again, so I could have it in my room, and I'll just put a wine bottle in there. So every time, it's like, oh, Master couldn't sleep. Hold on, let me get the wine. Crack it open. Time to drink.
Chug, chug,
chug,
chug,
chug,
chug.
So just so I guess real quick, what's your ranking?
Okay, Rocky,
Mm-hmm.
but that's just Rocky, the original Rocky is just a complete is just an absolute fucking masterpiece of a film.
Yeah.
Rocky 2, Balboa are tied with Creed 2. And then in third place, it's Creed 3 and Creed. Actually, I'd go with Creed third place, Creed fourth place, actually. Then Rocky 3, then 5, then 4.
Okay. But I guess just to top it all off, I just want to say I think the reason why I love these movies and the franchise is just like the character Rocky himself. There's a lot of heart to it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of heart put into these movies, and you feel it. You feel that passion they put into these movies, and it's just. I think overall, I think that's just. I think that when you, as long as you put passion into something, like you can still have a passionate outcome, and you can still put your passion into something. Maybe for some reason the outcome is still not that great, but you can still admire the passion that someone put into what they did. And I don't know, I guess it's amazing how all of these movies, and the thing is, when we rank these movies, it's not so much like we think one is bad. It's just they're all great. It's just
the ranking itself is a very difficult rank to
Yeah.
to make.
they're all fantastic movies. I just think even 5. I still like 5.
When they say everyone hates 5, I think it's actually pretty fucking great.
I like 5. I even though oh wow, Robert, you fucking got that growth spurt in like what, a week?
Really, I guess bones really do grow 3 times fast overnight.
It's like, oh man, you were like what, like
9.
9, and then now look at you. You're like ready to go into like junior high school. Dang, kid. All right. So, but like, yeah, it's just these are fantastic movies, and I cannot stress how much I recommend these movies. They are fantastic. As honestly, these movies just in general have made me really appreciate Sylvester Stallone.
Yes.
You want to do a Ramble-thon?
Maybe someday. I think I need to take a break before we continue doing our marathon, because I know one's coming up. I know one's coming up.
Oh, that's right.
So I think after Transformers, let's take a break of marathons for a bit before we
Do a Ramble-thon. Cause remember fucking Rambo Last Blood, when he just shoved his finger into that guy's chest like, oh, jeez.
Yeah, and then just ripped out the dude's heart.
Yeah.
I will say this though, First Blood is number 1 just in general, because that movie's just
Oh, that's great.
that's just a legendary film.
Funny part is, out of all the Rambo movies, it's the one with the least death.
Right? Yeah, and I think
And to top it all off, it wasn't even Rambo's fault. It was an accident.
yeah. Hey, you know what it is?
Hmm.
Like Rocky, it's a personal story in a way,
Hmm.
but it's a much sadder one.
Yeah.
James for Express. Do you think Cliff Jumper will have a Rambo breakdown?
I don't know, man. When it turns out that this character we played up for mostly comedy, just all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's not so funny anymore.
I mean, it's something I would do.
I feel like every time we write something for Express, the best way I can sum it up is literally just the Family Guy's joke. Mike Tyson once beat up his wife. But that's not funny about that. It's like the best way I can describe your writing style, Nick.
I mean, like, you take Swerve, like, you think it's funny when, like, he gets all the, like, does all, like, the schemes and, like, causes problems, but it becomes less funny when when it starts actually affecting his, like, how he views himself and how he...
Yeah.
Change this out. I don't know. I could still do this with Wheeljack, but I had an idea with Wheeljack where it's like let's just say please, for once I need this to work.
Oh my god. You know I have an idea now, Nick. if you ever do something like that, I got an idea now. And it involves a character.
Ooh.
That Wheeljack may initially not like, but then eventually it's like, oh no. I care. Okay. You know, fuck, it's Twitch. Just watching Transformers. Oh really? You're gonna make Twitch go through an emotional turmoil? Fucking baby shit. Watch what we can come up with. Fucking baby ass shit. We'll show you emotional turmoil.
You guys did emotional turmoil in episode in like this.
You know what it is? You know
the second half of the season, losers. We did in the second episode in general.
Actually, it's not even the second half. Actually, it's like only like part 2. There's actually 26 episodes in the first season.
Oh really?
Yeah. Because there's no reason they wouldn't animate that little short footage of Grimlock in the trailer and not show it for no reason. They gotta have it animated for some reason. Still kind of ticked off about that, but like, no, Nick, I got it. Earthspark, you're doing emotional turmoil. We know how to deal emotional damage. Emotional damage. Hey, then do a Stephen He video impression like that. Actually, I have the button. I haven't pressed the button in a long time.
Emotional damage.
I haven't pressed that in a while. I haven't pressed a lot of buttons in a while. Except I think I need to press the Abyss button more often now. I think something like that. I think at this point we're done talking about Rocky. But other than just go watch these movies. They're great. So I think, with that said, we could pretty much, bring this show to a wrap. But the point still stands. So it's just I feel like if I don't know, just all of a sudden recently we've been getting really spicy when we talk about. We've been talking about like fucking CIA and involvement with like cults and shit. It's like, where did that come from?
You saw what I said about Mars and their business practices.
Yeah, it's like, dang, okay. I don't know. I feel like recently we've been getting. I need to press that button more often. It's all right. So I don't know. So yeah. So I guess so. Real quick. So schedule wise, tomorrow. Well, I guess.
Sunday.
Yeah. Well, I guess technically today, since it's already Sunday, but so. Not to say that he wouldn't be here in time for Shadow, so it'll just be another Sonic Frontiers and chill stream.
Alright.
Yeah, we could just talk about anything along with playing Sonic Frontiers in the background. And so yeah, I think then overall next week's schedule, I don't see much changing. Oh wait, except I just say to not that Friday. I just say to not that Friday. I do plan on
Yakuza?
Yeah, Yakuza 0 with him. So let me actually write that down real quick on my schedule. Yakuza 0. So yeah, so that's what we're gonna be pretty much doing Friday, Yakuza 0, when not. But other than that, I think other than that, everything pretty much stays the same. I think I don't know. I said that I was gonna try to do more solo streams, but then that didn't last long. you know what it is? Katao Shoujo was gonna be a solo stream, but then turns out you're a pretty good censor bar. It turns out you're a pretty good censor bar, so it's like, you get to stick around to be a censor bar, Nick.
The phallic image is the censor bar. Excellent.
No, don't look at the anime penis. Look at the Geiger penis.
Backward pointing.
So I think next week's schedule is just pretty much the same as this week's, but except Friday will be Yakuza 0.
Yes, I don't know what saying as Optus's voice. Backward pointing. Or backward pointing. Wheeljack.
Oh wait, no, I did say though that I didn't want lunch breaks to be like once every other week, so then I'm gonna have to come up with something Wednesday then. You know, how much space do I have on my... Actually, let me check something. How much space do I got? How much space do I got? I could barely fit... I could barely fit Spider-Man. God damn it, Detroit Become Human is such a fucking huge game for what it is. It shouldn't be that huge though, in my opinion. It doesn't deserve to be that big. It's... Oh well. But
it's a silly game.
It's a silly game, so I don't know. I guess then Wednesday I'll just take the day off and rest. I'll just use Wednesday to take the day off and rest then.
Make a Norbit watch party.
I don't know how to do a Norbit watch party. I don't know, but we could. But you know what? We could watch Norbit Wednesday then, Nick.
I was making a joke, but okay.
You wanted to show me that movie?
I mean, I was more like a case of, I'm showing you so much of this. I might as well show you the movie at some point.
So you know what? We could just watch it Wednesday.
All right.
Wheel ho! Somebody call me a whale? Yeah! Yo! Cha! Yeah! Right in the bro! Man, Eddie Murphy, if you weren't a hilarious comedian, I would not have allowed you to do yellow face. When you... It's one of my favorite things learning about Norbit. Turns out Mr. Wong is Eddie Murphy in yellow face. We're ho! But so yeah, I think with that said, then that's pretty much a wrap for tonight's podcast. So let me turn off the royalty-free jazz here. I think what I'm gonna do is I don't know why I haven't done this yet. But I think I'm gonna start doing again where I take a segment from our podcast and make that its own video. Like I just edit a segment from our podcast and make that a video. Probably start with Creed 3, just cause, it's really good. So I'll probably do that. I'll probably edit the whole segment where we're talking about Creed 3, isolate it, and then upload that as like its own like stream clip. So, but yeah, so that's pretty much all I want to start doing again. So, with that said, then we'll be calling it here. Then, tomorrow/tonight, will be just Sonic Frontiers and chill, since it's gonna be running late to do Shadow the Hedgehog. So, with that said then, thank you everyone who came. Any last words, Nick?
Go see Creed 3. Fantastic movie.
Go see Creed 3, fantastic movie. And the rest of the Rocky movies.
Yeah.
And the rest of the Creed movies. Watch the whole franchise.
Yeah.
Watch the whole franchise. Alright. So thank you everyone who came. And we'll see you guys later. Good night.